I'm here. Welcome everybody to the second part of the 2 out of 100 streams we're gonna have on this topic. Welcome everybody to the Cinder document reading. I hope you made yourself comfortable. That you got your lip balm, that you got your drinks. I have 3 bottles of water. Hi Chadros, how's it going? And yeah, that you have everything you need, because this is going to be a while. Now, we stopped around page... I feel like I took a screenshot. I could remember where I left off. We stopped around the when she showcased the Silvervale screenshot. Where is it? We were like at page 98, right? Oh, here. That's where we left off. Okay. So I was thinking, should we try to make this a little bit more fun? I was like, should we do 1 sub, 1 page? And like, for example, make a drinking game like somebody gifts... If somebody gives 50 sub, I'll drink a glass of martini. Dallas is AFK. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Twitch resub. Yes, Lamau. Or is there like a better drinking game we can think of? But I can't get too smashed because I need to get through stuff. Thanks for doing this. I wanted to, but I couldn't bring myself to powering through 1,000 pages. Gambari, Gambari, Rima. Thank you to Gold Recluse. Yeah, I'm gonna need all the energy. I need to stay hyped for this, or it's going to be boring for you guys. And I'm gonna get bored, so we're not gonna power through everything. We got a lot to do. I will click off the stream if we do not. Previously on Cinder Doc Z. Oh my god, we should have like a little recap, an episode recap. Page 87 is where you ended. I'm at 91. Yeah, I remember we read that Discord message. I think we're here. I still can't get over the fact that she wrote a Google Doc that's 200 pages shorter than the Bible. I know. I know. We got 2 subs so far, so that's 2 pages. Well, let's go. For the Nanoless section, I think we can get through all of this in this one sitting. And then, I don't know how big the bow section is yet. I don't want to look. We'll look... We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I feel like there's 2 more thing. Cinder made an announcement. We're going to take a look at it. I quite like it. So she made a message in her Discord server. I don't have an image, so I'm going to read it out. I'll be streaming tomorrow, Wednesday, October 15, 2025 at 4 p.m. EST. This is my time. Hope to see you there. For those wondering, I won't be able to talk about anything that happened in the past. I'd like to move on for mine and everyone else's sake and try to just have a normal stream. So I'd appreciate your understanding. I want to clarify something else too. Red will continue helping and supporting me as a mod, but he is no longer acting as my manager or communicating for me. I have a new management team that will be advising me going forward. I'd also like to repeat here that I do not condone the harassment of anyone, and I never have. Please leave people alone. The mods have been directed to take action against those who do so against my wishes. Thank you. I think this is a great announcement, actually. Happy that she parted way for Red for I mean, I'm not like happy personally. I just mean that I think PR-wise, it's gonna fly so much better for her. And I feel like all her concerns have been kind of addressed. I understand that she doesn't want to talk about it and move on. And the no harassment part 2 was pretty clean. So for me, that's a satisfactory announcement. I think it's a good one. Yes, that was me. Something metal did fell outside. It was pretty loud. The other thing, I'll just address this now since it's been asked by like multiple people. There's been a few unhinged posts going around. Some of you who've been here for a while, you know this is not the first time they've acted out like this. All you need to know on the topic can be found like in my video that I made. If you haven't watched it yet, it's on my highlight channel, but also I have a playlist on my main channel that links to my highlight channel, and it's this one. And here, I'll just link it in chat. So honestly, all the answers you need to find are in there. And it's a pretty good video. It's a pretty good video. I've showed it to one of my friends, and he was like, Rima, I know you don't like picking fights with people, but maybe you should pick more fights, because this video was hella funny. Anyway, when I made a video, I saw enough of how they acted, so I've not responded since I've said my piece back then. But of course they keep going, so honestly I'd rather just block, ban, and move on. And I think we all should. Now, I think we went through everything. Let's start the reading. So, but here's Nano's reaction on 4/26/25 to finding out about my message to Silver and the image of how it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. My statement on Cinder and redacted. And then Nanoless, I guess, said, I literally can't believe this, and she posted a screenshot. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time, she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away. And it's that screenshot that was the... Wait, she showed that screenshot earlier. Oh, here. And in this bit, Cinder claims that this message actually came 2 days before Nano cancelled the models. Midnight Rider, thank you for the Twitch resub. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're at 3 pages now. I should probably wait. I should write this on stream real quick. I forgot how to be a streamer. Like how to add text. Oh, where did it go? Oh, it's so small. There we go. Hi, Rico. Okay, there's too much noise outside. Let me let me close the window. The Professor Keen! Thank you for the 15 months with the Precious Squad. Please put a poll to see how much sanity you will have left by the end of the stream. This will only get worse for you. Okay, we will. That's a good idea. Alright, let's continue the reading. Alright, so on 11/19/2023, Nano told Red that Geary approached her about a model. I chose to leave her name uncensored here since I had mentioned her in my apology after finding out about it. And I was never even aware Nano was ever planning to work on a model for any of my friends, Geary. Oh, okay, I zoomed in and it changed everything. Here we are. So, Nanoless says, also Geary contacted me for a possible model. She's browsing artists, so it's not confirmed yet. Redacted response, like in a past day. And Nanoless says, yesterday. He says, ain't no way. She's gonna want you for sure. Hold on, it's not like this. Not yet. Oh, another project I was talking about was maybe a big art piece for WebCon in March. Red talked about another project with Nano between these screenshots. Would it be evil to pay you a model price to not work on a silver model? I'm only half kidding. Nanoless responds a bit, but... Then Redacted says, Nano House Fund, business expense. It feels kind of bad to rely on Cinder for that, though. Red says, I don't think we'll run out of work for you. Like, there's always just general artwork, too. Silver can get a model from someone else. She has connections. You're right. She can get a model from someone else. She has connection is a funny line. You're right. This is business worlds. Red says, I was half kidding when I told Nano about paying for her to not work with Silver on a model because she had just cancelled her model 2 days earlier. Nano then said I was right. This is business world in reference to what I said about paying her to not work with Silver, which is the exact opposite to what mine and Cinder's later comments about business meant. It's I was only half kidding is it reminds me of like the Aster. It was a joke. It was a half joke. Well, it was half true. Yeah, haha, just JK, unless. Anyway, unrelated conversation continues again between the screenshots, so they removed them. And then, oh, Hika with the 5 pages. So we are at 8 now? That's still a lot. That's a ton. Or 9. I'm not keeping track. Well, let's see if Geary wants a nano model or not, and hope Silver finds someone else. XD evil. The next 7k is kinda wanna save for redacted name rigging though. My house can wait. Which model are you gonna do next? He asked. And then Red says here in the commentary, my reaction towards Geary inquiring about a model had nothing to do with Geary at all. And I've never had anything against her. It was about more and more people wanting Nano's models in general, not anyone in particular. And this was right after Nano had just removed 2 models from her schedule. I never told Cinder about Geary because it never went anywhere and there was no reason to. I hoped Silver would find someone else to do her model so she wouldn't come back to Nano for one. Unlike Cinder, by this point in time I had already basically written off Silvervale because of the undeserved way she treated her. Jumping ahead again. screenshot wise. Then Nanoless here says, by the way, since you got plans, do you think it would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner or around June is okay? Red responds, I really don't know at the moment. We're working on the winter model now and finishing the gamer sub art, when the next thing might be the webcon thing if we get the okay for it. Then we gotta talk to GamerSup about Cinder's next product launch, so there's no plans for that right now. Then Cinder did want to do a 2.0 pirate/bikini model for the summer, so I don't know when that'd be the best to start, so it can be done to rig in time. And 2.0 models updates. And then the game project, which is still in the idea phase, so I can't give you any work for that right now. And there's always just more artwork for stream, for posting spicy art, or maybe spicy comics. So she says maybe having it done sooner or whatever happens later, I'll be open for it. Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she may get it done sooner than June. Well, I think she's trying to plan like her workload. I'm not sure what he's angling for here. Redacted here says, true, we could start the 2.0 update / pirate design after the winter model is done. And that can be off stream, and when / if we can do the webcon art, that'll be on stream, and also just finishing the flavor art when the drink is finished. She says, I still got the changes in mind, so don't worry. I don't know if you saw it, but we were talking about adding butt fangs to the winter model and having the sweater flip up when Cinder moves, like redacted name new models have been. Nano says, oopsie. How did that happen? Gotta make the coochie yummy looking like redacted, lol. Oh, I forgot. We can also work on a base 2.0 model updates after the winter one is done, like the updated booba, power pup, etc. So every outfit going forward can have the new stuff. Nano says, of course, let me know all changes, and if there's a deadline for it, I'll be quite busy until mid-December because of the current project it's already started. After that, I'll be pretty open. Let's go. Nano on Team Cinders. By the way, even I'm dedicated Cinder slave, I'll need to make Patreon content too. And he says that's fine with us. We still want you to do your thing and art. The world would be a dark place without nano art. And if we calm you for a normal art, you can use the not safe for work version of that for Patreon too. She says this would mean the world to me. He says we are nano believers. Also, I'm working with you twos for Nano Mono Plush. I'm so excited. Nano refers to herself as a dedicated Cinder slave after our conversation, which isn't something I ever implied she'd be, or that I wanted her to only work with us. On 11/20/2023, Cinder writes, someone I worked with asked me about how it was working with Nano since one of their friends was commissioning her for a model. A few days after their message, I responded, praising Nano. Hi Cinder, I have a question for you. I'm a good friend with the voice actor for burnout anime, and she is about to commission Nanoless for a VTuber model. Since this is their first time working together, Nanoless recommended they reach out to you to get an idea on what it's like to work with them. Overall, what was working with Nanoless like for you? And she says, sorry I missed this. I've been working with Nano since she first started making models, and she's the sweetest. She's so nice to work with. So I think this is to showcase that she's not like trying to shut down other people's model, maybe. So here, 11/23/2023, Red messaged Nano about me and one of my model sisters. We didn't have a problem with sharing Nano as a model mama with anyone, and I've always supported them. Your daughters really are related. This is my favorite artist at Nanoless. I don't know if you know her, but I love her. And Buff Buff says, my favorite artist is Nanoless. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they're pretty dope. And Nano says, these two. Cinder writes, Nano voiced her concerns to Red about their previous conversation where she got the impression Red wanted her to only make models for me, and the confusion around it is cleared up between them. The situation shows that Nano was capable of putting her foot down and making situations for herself despite any accused manipulation. So this is a screenshot between Nano and Red. And Nano says, I didn't yet because Redacted said they could get one for me. By the way, we need to talk later. And he says, oh, what's up later? It's about, she says, so it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situation. I still will always have a way to have open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. Red responds, I agree, you're a free artist and you should do what you want, but I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. Then she responds, I guess we gotta misunderstand on both sides. It's more about this. And then she's like replying to something he said, where he says, not to discredit any of your work because everything you work for is top of the line, incredible, but when everyone's a nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes any sense. And I've kind of been getting the same feeling from GamerSup. Elara! Hope you're making it through the dock okay. We just started, but I'm trying. I think you're on day 3, right? How far did you get? Like, which chapters? And Redacted responds, oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything, though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everybody wants it and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. I will keep things more business talk and less emotional, lol. Just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. Sorry for the stress, Nano. Boomy! Okay, this was actually a really good comment, so I'm gonna read it in chat. I'll be honest, docs used to be this person killed 30 people and here's what I know, but nowadays, like, they don't like my favorite caller. It's shocking when an actually heavy doc appears. True! Dude, it's like the Me Too movement. At first, they were getting all these guys that did like horrible shit, and then towards the end of it, it was like, this person looked at me 2 seconds too long. And it's like, I think we got like all the serial rapist guys. Like, I think we got everybody at this point. We got them all. Okay, focusing back up. All right, so Nano says, but every single model I do is unique and I make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. No, I know you pour your heart and soul into your models and they're all incredible. I'm sorry I made you both feel this way too, she says. So Red here is commenting a wall of text. I was confused because I never told Nano she should only be working with Cinder from now on, and I didn't ask her to cancel anything either. I stated I thought that the more she made, the less special they were, and talked about Cinder's plans. Then she cancelled 2 models. I thought it was because she wanted to do more with us. To be fair to Nano, I didn't explain my point of view about her models at all, but I didn't bring it up to somehow manipulate her. It came down to a conflict of interest from my client perspective and her artist perspective. First of all, this way of thinking about the value of Nano's model was my thought process, and Cinder understood and went along with it. Not everyone will feel or see the way I did here, and that's okay, because I don't think this is a right or wrong issue. It just comes down to what each person value as a VTuber artist or viewer. This shows just how much we admire Nano and her work, that we're putting her on a pedestal. This has nothing to do with the idea that other people with her models would be Cinder clones, or that her work was less incredible because there was more of it. To me, it's a matter of supply and demand. Just like, okay, but that directly contradicts your last line, though. You just said, this has nothing to do with the idea that other people with her models would be Cinder clones, and then this part, or that her work was less incredible because there was more of it. And then in the next line, you say, to me, it's a matter of supply and demand. So what that means is that the work gets devalued if there's more in circulation. That's literally what it means. Just like a rare trading card game, the more models Nano made and the more often she would, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them. Nano's models are all of incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after, but they'd each individually be less special or valuable if there were 100 of them rather than only 10. From a VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. A model isn't just any other asset. Your design, your model, and its art style are all a huge part of what makes them who they are and how they are represented and recognized. It's an extension of yourself. The fewer VTubers with their model's art style, the more unique it is to have it. They stand out more and it becomes more personal. I definitely feature of and to that VTuber represent that artist. We all know at least one VTuber was the only model from a certain artist or one of a handful of models from them. The more models that artists make and the easier it is to get one will inherently lessen the perceived value of the VTubers' visual identities who have those models. Yeah, maybe, Master. I only thought this was way over models because of the role and importance they play for a VTuber and the importance Nano's art was to our brand. It was never about who was asking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were. Well, in some case it was about who was asking Nano for a model. Let's be real about this. Like Spite, Silvervale, these two were blacklisted for show. More new model clients meant more recurring model clients, meaning less time for anything we wanted to do with Nano. That part I understand, which is why we considered an exclusivity deal in January 2025. My priorities have always been our plans and our schedule. Everything a VTuber does revolves around new model debuts, merch, music events, and more are all planned around a new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That's why I always ask Nano about her schedule and where she could fit in our plans at the consistent place we've always. That way we could keep up with the pressure to always do bigger and better things all around new models. I mean, TBH the dude is pretty business savvy, and this mentality would work maybe in a like corporate setting where it's a little bit more cutthroat. I don't know if this is like, I haven't really met anybody that operated like this in the VTuber scene. And I suppose Cinder's success is probably in part attributed to Red's like business dealing, but at the same time, I have to wonder how much, like, because yes, she was successful, but at the same time, somebody else like Iron Mouse is also super successful. And I don't think she operates like this. Like, I would be really surprised and shocked to find out that she operates like this behind the scene. You know what I mean? So at the same time, a lot of people that don't do that do perfectly fine. And I think that's more acceptable in the community we're in. Wait, Raiders? Where? Which platform? Or am I getting baited? On YouTube. On YouTube. Who raided? Tori! Tori, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Thank you so much. We are currently going through the Cinder dock. We're like only halfway through Nanoless, not even halfway through Nanoless's part, and we'll be going through the entire thing. Welcome everybody. All right, let's keep on reading. On the other hand, Red says, as you'll read, I could also completely sympathize with Nano's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible, and have more and more people appreciate their craft, hard work, and the love they put into what they do. More artwork from more clients means more of their work will be seen by more people, leading to more new clients and more new opportunities to sustain themselves financially. New ideas and new concepts that come in keep work exciting, and prevent creatively burning out from doing the same thing over and over again with the same older clients. When Nano told me how she felt, I was 100% on board with that. She was saying I had no reason to argue against her. Even if my priority has always been Cinder's projects, I also cared about and prioritized Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I apologized to Nano for the confusion and accepted her decision without any pushback. When I said business is business in these messages, it was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision that was best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted, and I respected it. I didn't hold it against her and worked around it with her. It's okay, Nano, you're just making a living and making a name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from another big name in the industry and having very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. She responds, thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our name somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys, and again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. I'll still revisit my list and see what I got. He says, business is business. Oh, he said the thing. The meme line. If you want to go through the project we talked about, let me know which ones you'd want to do too. She says, oh, I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to work on before we set anything in stone. Nanoless says, of course I'll be away today, so I'll give an update later. Redacted says, is this about Silver's model, Nano? She says, yes, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. And then he said again, business is business. He says, I was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things and working with Silvervale. The drama she was talking about was about Silvervale. I never asked her to... Oh, okay. I read it as... Okay, I was confused because I read Cinder's model. But it's about Silver. So she wants to take Silver's model, but she's worried because she says, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feeling. And then he says, I never asked her to not to or to cancel her model, but if she wanted to work with Silver, then there was nothing I was going to say to stop her. It was her business decision, and I respected it, just like I always had. Business is business. Okay. I mean, again, he's kind of just like rehashing what's in the screenshot, but... Again, like, I mean, maybe I'm repeating myself, but he says, I didn't ask her to do it, but you kind of set it up that, so she would come to that conclusion. And she'd be worried about taking Silver's model, evidently, from these screenshots. Cinder adds here, in Red's message at the bottom, he was joking. Of course I was okay with Nano's decision, and my conversation with Nano about this is below. And about the business is business comment, I mean, with his explanation, I mean, it's kind of a meme sentence, but I'm not too mad at him for it. Like, I think it's fine. And I think I'm willing to believe his explanation for it. Oh yeah, maybe it's every time he says business, then I take a drink. Oh no, I'd be way too wasted. Actually, we cannot do that drinking game, guys. Okay. Business is business. She's crying, crying emote. Now he says... Nano, you're a freelance artist and Silver is a long-time client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. She says, I really appreciate for understanding my side. I do understand your side too, but sadly it's sometimes between you two. It's something between you two, not me, and I shouldn't get involved in this fight. I just go art brr. Right, I know. I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with her on a model. like Silver specifically. Maybe I just considered the situation too much, she says. My mistake for thinking this way. It's okay. But, dude, it's just... Okay. I'm gonna refrain from commenting. There's so much gaslighted here. But are we good for real? This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing. Me and you are good, but I still have to tell all this to Cinder. It'll be fine. I think there's a weird implication here that, like, Cinder might not be fine with it, though. Like, me and you are good, but I'm still gonna have to break this, you know, to the boss. But we're good, though. Anyway, Red adds here, just like before, I told Nano she needs to do what's best for her. I didn't say anything about Silver in our conversation where Nano cancelled her model. And he adds, it'll be fine. Don't worry. I think she's still sleeping. She says, oh God, it will be her first news. He says, I'll let you know when I talk to her. Don't worry. Please have mercy. I will go over a list of things we talked about with her, and we'll write them out for you, and we can find time for things. Nano's like, nod. He says, if you do/don't still want to do the pirate outfit, we might not start any model projects until 3.0. And that's not the only thing we had in mind, like we were talking about. She responds, I might be able to, considering it'll only take Silver back. I'll only take Silver back. Red says, oh, I thought you were going to take everyone back. And she says, I still need to talk to them. Red quotes Nano here, saying, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silver back. Again, I did not say anything about Cotton, but Nano cancelled her model anyway and never took it back. She says, I still need to talk to them. Red says, did you end up doing the Geary model? And she says, oh, not yet. She was just browsing. He says, no worries. Business is business. I'm glad we didn't do that drinking game. I'll message you when I talk to Cinder. She says, let her have breakfast at least. Thanks for getting this out of the way now, Nano, instead of waiting a while, lol. Nano says, I tried to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's fair for both sides this way. Red says, you didn't tell Silver you cancelled because of Cinder, did you? No, I told all of them it was health issues. Once again, saying business is business here is me telling Nano that no matter what her decision on Geary's model was, I would accept whatever outcome she chose. I didn't want to affect her decision about it, and Geary never came up between us again. I asked Nano if she told Silver she canceled her model because of Cinder, because before this, Nano was under the impression I asked her to only work with us, when I didn't. She canceled Silver model at the end of that same conversation. I didn't know what she might have told Silver, but Cinder had nothing to do with it. She says, I would never blame anyone else besides Mio. He says, lol, we never wanted to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work/not work on something, especially if it's something you want to/don't want to. And our conversation the other day wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. I'll message you later. It's okay, we settled things up. I apologize to Nano for all of this again, and both her and I were satisfied. And then Cinder is talking in the next section. She's going to show some of her own DMs. Here are my own DMs with Nano about what happened. When I say it's just business, Red told me about this conversation with Nano before she messaged me, and my use of the phrase had the same meaning as his, since Nano just heard it from him. In my apology, I said, me saying it's just business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decision. Whether she chose to work with me or not, this was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled. Further explanation to her that it's okay if she chose not to work with me. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative. But my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point, since at this time, I wasn't sure if this is where Nano and and I would stop working together as frequently as we had been, and I'd have to look for a new model artist. I then encourage her to work on projects she's excited about while I talk with Fred to find a project that would work with her schedule. I need to drink some water. Nano says, "Hey Cinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Fred, and I believe he talked to you already, and I thought it would be best if I just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things." She says, Cinder responds, "I'm doing good, what's up, Nano?" And then Nano says, "Oh, and it's mostly about this," and I can't see shit, so I'm gonna have to zoom in. No! I guess it's here. She screenshots, "Oh, it's mostly about this. Not to discredit any of your work, because everything your work is top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Kind of been getting the same feeling that about Gamers Up lately too." So she says, "I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me." Wait. So she... Wait, this conversation happened on 11/17/2023. Okay. So, okay. So this part, I forgot about that screenshot. This screenshot actually disproves this argument here that Cinder and Red are attempting to make in the document. Because, okay, here we have the screenshot on 11/17/2023 of Nanoless canceling the comm with Silvervale. And then, right here, the argument made is that, no, we weren't the reason behind Nanoless canceling these models, because... Wait, am I... this is my message to Silver 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano ever happened. This message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposedly exploiting her. I kind of just lost my thought here. I thought I was onto something, but like I forgot about it. Didn't he, because this, we covered this last stream. Didn't he say they had that conversation after she canceled the model? So it wasn't... Maybe I'll just keep reading and get back to this later. You know what? Let's just do that. My brain isn't working right now. But the date tells me something. I mean... I was forming a thought there, but it's not completely cooked. It needs a little bit more time to cook. Oh, hi News. How's it going? Yeah, we've already covered the Cinder announcement. I thought it was a good announcement. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we really needed the episode recap. But I could highlight some stuff. Like, maybe this part. I could put it, like, in blue to check it out later. Okay, let's read it. So, hey, it's mostly about this. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course, we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason. And for you to help grow and not because you don't like me. Being one of your very first model babies was amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with LTD cutting to improve your skills, and I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. I can have Red send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates, so just let us know what you actually want to work on. That way I have time to look for someone else if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them. It feels special to only have your model art for all of my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive Nano art or baby anymore. Nano says, there's no personal reason I would never do something like this to you or anyone, but yeah, it's important for my job to reach far, and I like working on different projects and people. I never ever said I don't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have my other works, will always have a way to get you a priority spot when possible. You will always be my special baby. I also think it's important for you to work on projects that you're excited about, so I'll go through my plans with Fred and send you ideas to see if it's possible with your schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow, and he absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. She says, it's okay, I will update you guys ASAP. Sounds good to me. Master N, ironically, this whole thing is not just business, and that's the problem. Cinder, Red, and Nano let personal feelings get in the way. Never mix them. You know what? You know what? That's a great way to put this, Master N. I like this. That is true. Business is banned. Okay, let's move on. When she came to me about what I've been... Oh, I thought... I started speaking French here. The fuck? Cinder messaged Silver 2 days before Red, and Nano canceled Silver. Then Red talks to Nano again 2 days later. That's your confusion. That's what I'm trying to find. Which page was this on? I said like one word in French, Sammy. I didn't get that far before I caught myself. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I kind of want to look this up again. I love the pens grab emote, by the way. We should add it to our server. Okay, this is the part where she chose to cancel Cotton's and Silver's model herself. She said she was fearing more light, implied that she really was dying with her commission. I told her she should do what's best for her. After Nano first showed me her new waitlist, I told Cinder she cancelled Silvervale's model because she was trying to buy a house. Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only cancelled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's model cancelled, why did I tell her it was okay and then wait 4 months to force and manipulate Nano cancel it? Why would Nano have been able to tell me no in July and then never say no again? Here's Nano canceling the model of Silver in their DMs. Oh, Pen! I love watching you while I draw. Take care. Ooh, I hope you have fun drawing. Thank you so much. My Twitch channel, you gotta remove the, like, underscore. Because now it's all we might even start together. So, okay, so when Nanoless cancels the model with Silvervale in DMs, basically when she speaks to Cinder, she kind of explains to her why she canceled the model, which was, I'm gonna scroll down. She says it's mostly about this. And she wants to clarify this directly with Cinder. She's like, I thought it would be best if I just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me and I think I misunderstood thing. And she's like, what? Not Cinder's like, what's up? She's like, well, it's mostly about this. And then she sends the screenshot, which is on 11/17/2023. So it seems that it was legit the same day that she canceled Silver's model. So although they claimed that these things are separated and that he didn't, you know, he didn't tell her directly to cancel it, clearly she believes that, well, Nanoless clearly believes that this was one of the main reasons for her to cancel it, because that's how she's explaining it to Cinder. Okay. So I think I got my confusion sorted out. Thanks, chat, for helping. Yeah, we're back at it again today, and tomorrow, and after tomorrow, and after tomorrow, and we're gonna be there all month. My opinion, learn from this event. Business is good, corruption is bad. Corruption and business mix with personal interest. Business stands with professionalism, and personal interests don't. Honestly, it feels a little weird to have them. Am I the only one like getting stressed out? Like, they're just like talking about all these projects and stuff, and they're talking about huge sums of money like it's nothing, and I'm just like, I can't even, like, I'm having trouble starting the process for a new model right now. Like, I feel like I'm not doing enough. Like, I'm getting anxiety. I'm like, I am not planning my events like this or my years like this. I'm like, I suck. Although it is pretty extreme, but still. I would like to also advise that Nanoless had at least 1 or 2 secret Hololive projects that she was working on in addition to all of this. Wait, really? Who did she work on Hololive? That's so cool. Oh no, all my models need to be done by my model mama. I would stick with her probably. Although, like, my next outfit is gonna be quite simple. I could go with somebody cheaper, but I really like what she did for me, so I kind of want to be, you know, loyal to her. And she was so nice. I'm gonna... She made Callie's model so cool. Oh my god, the new Gachi Akura song. I actually listened to Mori Calliope's new OP in the episode that came out yesterday, and it fits. I really liked it. It's a really good song. In some bits, I feel like it could have went like a little bit louder or harder, but I loved it. It's her best song so far. Okay, back to business is business. I understand what Red's reasoning was in the screenshot Nano sent, but no matter what she chose to do, it was just business. Stop saying it, please. Since it has been completely ignored in my apology, I deceptively misinterpreted and turned into a meme. Since it has been completely ignored in my apology... sorry, okay, I didn't read this right. She says, it has been completely ignored in my apology. It was deceptively misinterpreted and turned into a meme. Let me explain again what I meant by it's just business when I used the phrase myself. If Nano had... Okay, if you have to constantly like over-explain your words, then maybe you're just not using the right words ever. Like, it's kind of like worrying to me. Or cancel any planned or future work with me for any reason she would give me, whether due to other clients, burnout, or any other reason, then it was just business. Both Fred and I had repeatedly reassured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her, and nothing about our work together would ever make me rethink the friendship I had with her. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. We always made accommodation for her to be able to work with us when she could, and she was always willing and excited to do things with us. If she had come to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, then that was just business. Business, business, business. And Gurf Demon, thank you for your donation. I feel like you sent me this because you want me to read your name out loud. I am never beating the size queen allegations. They did say, Parrot Man, they said at the very start that they are horrid communicators. This explains why every single sentence needs an asterisk with 5-page explanation. That's funny. That's funny. Size Queen Rima. Focus on the doc, guys. Focus on the doc, not the Size Queen allegations. Now, where are we? You read this. Neither of her comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage or cancel any projects for anyone else using business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about this situation alone to tell Nano we accepted what she wanted to do. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it has been turned into this catchphrase I've allegedly had all along to sabotage people. Yeah, but that's not, it's not gonna be reverted back. Like, that, such is the nature of the internet, unfortunately. It's, you know, it's on the status of, I've made a continuous lapse of judgment. I love that one too. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first, without any context of Red's discussion with her happening just before this, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's message about canceling other people's model as just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. You'd also have to ignore everything else I said in that same message to Nano and everything else from this same conversation that reference what Red had told Nano the day before. When you have the full context of this situation in the order it happened, my "is just business" comment means something completely different than what it was deceptively portrayed as to the public. Yes, but I think that all hinges on whether or not you believe Red's description and analysis of his "just business" quote in the first place, because they claim that they're using it in the same way. So, I mean, nobody's in their head, so obviously nobody can categorically disprove that or tell them that, like, no, that's totally not how you meant it. But it's more like a... It's also not something I feel like they can categorically prove, so that part will be up to public interpretation and how each individual, I think, views this. For 11/27/2023, Nano told Red she was going to take Silver's model back. 2 days later, she told him that Silver might have found another artist and was waiting for confirmation. Nano had plenty of time to tell Silver she'd take back her model if she wanted to, but never did. Nano and Silver blamed us for her model being cancelled. Nano says, oh, actually, Silver might have found another artist, just waiting for her confirmation. So far, I have only December full, but normal illustrations can be added. Redacted says, I don't know, emote. Also, if you guys want to schedule your sub before I get a new comment, just let me know. Nano told Red she wouldn't be taking any comms until February for a break. Red asked her when she'd be able to start my winter outfit starting screen art, and she told him mid-January. You can't prove how Nano took it either. Yeah, exactly. It's also a question of perception. Nanoless here is writing to Redacted, and she opens with, Red, I won't be able to take any comms until February. I'm taking December comms to January so I can have some rest. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. He says, okay, thank you, Nano. So this is... Oh, this is in December. Then he says, do you know when, if you were to do it, you'd be available for winter starting art piece? And are you interested in doing the pirate/bikini outfit in the spring? And when needed, will you be able to finish the flavor art for us? And Nano responds, I can have winter art start mid-Jan, and I would love to do the pirate fit. For flavor, I'm only waiting for the color. Now, on February 16, 2024, Red told Nano that one of my future model sisters showed me her model Nano was working on. So Cinder's future model sister showed Cinder her model that Nano was working on. We were on an IRL trip in February 2024 when this new sister first told Red and I that they were working with her. We were both excited for them and expressed how wonderful it was to work with Nano. Redacted says, bar that name, and bar that name showed Cinder how her model is coming. From what I heard, it looks really good. Oh, I love them so much I got hyped when Redacted contacted me. She says they're super nice. And then in February 17, 2024, Red moving projects around to accommodate Nano. We preferred all of my model artwork to be done by her. So, she says, Red, I have bad news. I don't think I can make what? PPs? What the fuck is this? I don't think I can make PPs for March, but I can recommend people to make them. He says, what about April? She says, April is 100% doable. Okay, we can do that in case you want them early. We got the same people who made silvers. No, Noose. What? Dude, every time there's a sex joke, Noose in the chat, man. PP, hee hee. Wee pee pee. If we do the 2.0 art updates in April while Redacted name, she should be able to do them in May, probably. I think it's okay to wait until we gotta wait until Redacted is ready anyways. She says, oh, sounds good. PPs are the big... We're so immature, guys. PPs are the biggest addition, so I'm pretty sure we're good. So we gotta wait on the Pirate 2, like the design. She says it's February, hopefully. After that, it'll be much less busy. Dude, after this, I'm sitting down and I'm finishing my model in calm inspiration. I'm writing to my VTuber model. I'm stressing out reading all of this. Okay, Red says, okay, just let me know when your schedule will be free ASAP. She says, sorry for the inconvenience, Red. It is what it is. We just prefer you do all the model artwork, so if you have to get someone else to do the pirate design, let me know. Then Nano says, only if you need the design before April. He says, I guess we don't since it'd be you and Redacted name doing the model again. These are messages between Cinder and Nano showing I was happy for her about projects she was working on. Hi Nano, I really can't thank you enough for working on my special gamer sub card. I started crying when I saw the full finished art. You always make the most beautiful things, and thank you for dealing with Fred. I'm sorry things have been so crazy for me lately. I love you with my whole heart. Just thank you for the opportunity. Always a pleasure to work with you and your projects. You're such a busy bean. Cinder says you've been working on so many cool projects lately too. I'm so happy for you. This art's gonna be my new PFP when it's public. It's too cute. I've been working on so many cool projects lately too. I'm so happy for you. This art gonna be my new PFP when it's public. Hey, hey, too cute. And then Nano says, I'm so happy you like it. And Cinder says, I also hope you move was okay. I know that's gonna be so much work. We didn't move yet. Got a bit delayed. Every day's a good day to mold. Oh no, I hope you can start moving soon. I know how long you've been wanting this. Sending good vibes to you always. Nano says, hopefully still this month. I don't know, I'm kind of happy we're delaying the moving because it's so stressing, but I also want to move. I wish I could just leave all behind. Cinder says, I wish I could start fresh on all my work too. I feel that, one step at a time. Nano told Red she was feeling burnt out, and he said would delay my next model for her when she was ready for it. We wanted Nano to be the one who made all of my major models and outfits. We had no problem waiting for her like we had in the past. Red, do you think you can get someone else to make the Angel Cinder? She says, what? Why? What happened? I have a small burnout feeling. At this point, we're in 2024, by the way. Redacted says, I mean, we wouldn't get someone else to do it. We'd just delay it, but I don't know. We want you to be comfortable. She says, no, I'll make it happen then. I'll make it then. Nano, we can't worry about the Angel later when we have a better time frame for it, so start over the next couple months. If you still Are you still able to do the 2.0 updates and bikini outfit? And she says, oh no, I'm positive I'm fine for summer stuff. Since there's not much going on in the arms, it won't be difficult to make the toggles. By the way, I still can't thank you enough for keeping me as Cinder's artist. In 6/3/2024, Red asked Nano about a merch artwork commission, giving her the opportunity before anyone else. Nano, how busy are you with comms right now? Quite a bit, she says. He says, okay, never mind. It was for a gamer sub, Standy. Our first two artists couldn't do it, but I got another to ask. Okay, what's the deadline, though? He says, ASAP, no deadline. I'm kind of scared to charge for this kind of comm again. If it's nothing too complicated, I can try. In case you already asked the other artist, I'm fine waiting for its reply. He says, I told the other artist I was waiting for the other artist, you, to reply. When I sent you this, I brought up a possible project to the other artist, but waiting for the first artist to reply. That was you, and then you replied, and now we're talking anyway. And they're both blushing. He said first artist and it me, and he says, yeah, it's you. It's always you, but first artist is always busy. She says, I always get a way to have it done, usually, and he says, yeah, okay, anyway. But this is the standy pose, more or less. But the tail's gonna be like this. And it's going to be double-sided. One side is 2.0, the other side demon. Is the tail going to wag? He says, yeah. He says, now, Nano, I don't want you to take this on if it's going to delay the bikini outfit. But if not, then if you think you can do it, it's got to be done ASAP. No set deadline, but still ASAP. Otherwise, I have another artist in mind, so it's okay. She says, ooh. And he says, it's okay to say no it's this time. And she says, I might have to say no then. And he says, and I need a quote to give GG first. Okay, no worries. And she says, for the sake of bikini. And Red says, for the bikini. Huzzah, thank you, Nano. I'll be back if the other artist says no. She says, no problem, I'm still happy for being asked. Okay. Just a reminder that Redacted is available to start the bikini in the second half of June. And she says, give me a toggle list. What? Okay, fine, wise guy. I'll do that today too. Mr. Toggle List. Nanoless says, okay, stop. This sticker scares me. Oh my god, this sticker is scary. Do you think if you did a Pyropop inflatable tube, it'd be too much like Lily? I don't want any small Lola drama. Lol. And Nano says, I think it's a bit too close from the current drama. And Red says, true, that's what I was thinking. Although this wouldn't debut until August, but still in terms of new toggles, that's the only idea we could think of. And Nano says we could do it like that gacha game. We left out a Pyropop floaty toggle from Cinder's bikini model to not copy Lily's, which had debuted earlier this year. Okay, I feel like we don't need to know every single good thing you've ever done in your life. Like, I feel like he's about to paste like a screenshot of him helping a grandma like cross the street. And we've also done this, and we also haven't done this. We could have done this, but we didn't. My own messages with Nano where I helped her with an audio question. I was always willing to help Nano or any of my friends when I was asked for advice or help. Cinder, can I ask you, do you use for mic and audio in general? I struggle with audio so much, of course. I have a Shure SM7B mic and a Wave XLR interface for it, and some filters to make it sound better live. And I get rid of background noise. Thank you. We'll check those. Always happy to help. Cinder's Cook for saying that she'd take him back if nothing else. Well, actually, she announced today that he won't be working with her in terms of management anymore, so she's gonna get a management team instead. Nano told Red that she may be looking to focus on more projects with me because she was getting fewer commissions and I would be taking less too. And would be taking less too. We were her most loyal and repetitious client. See if you can find you. I'm trying to find. Ah, you got it. This is a tweet to a Cinder figurine. I'm like doing the closed caption CC. Like I'm even describing what's on screen because I know everybody's watching this on their second monitor. Sheep! It's my design, Mom. Redacted says daughter, lol, UDA, Mom. Oh, you da, Mom. I'm like, Mom, I'm on TV. Oh, lol. Yes, I want one. Soon. There's also something else we're doing with this, but I can't tell you yet. Nanoless, y'all just keep cooking. Also, I'm getting less comms. I was thinking maybe stay more on Cinder work. He says, let's fucking go. I told you like a year ago, we'll keep giving you work if you want it. I know, but you were for real. I'm like, preparing myself to give full-time love to 3.0. No more nano comms or just taking on less so you can do more streaming. Taking less, I would never say no for a good offer. Redacted says, okay, just let me know what you're able to take on and when. The Heaven Hound outfit and 3.0 are the only thing we have scheduled. But we can give you general art, not safe for work art, merch art, gamer subs art, more model designs and outfits if you want them. She's like, yeah, just let me know whatever you guys want me. You know, I always get a way to work on it. He says, yeah, Heaven Hound next, please, Mother Nano. And art to go with it for a starting screen only if you have time. She says, yeah, when is this for again? On 7/1/2024, so like what, July 1st, 2024, Nano delivered a project to Red, and a collab with her comes up again. Nanoless says, thank you. Redacted says, no, thank you. You make the prettiest art. Thank you for continuing to work with us. I thank you and Cinder for keeping me. We gotta work on big things. She says, I'm excited. And when are you and Cinder collabing? I'm getting back to streaming. Hopefully, I'll be ready soon. While at Anime Expo, Red and I made sure we were there to see Nano at her very first ever meet and greet. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry I said your name. It's okay, don't worry. I hope you had fun meeting everyone. It was fun and it was a fun experience for sure. Now, on July 23rd, 2024, one of my friends messaged me asking about working with Nano. I've never dissuaded anyone from working with Nano or said anything bad about her. Angel, will you be coming to redacted words? Also, I wanted to ask you about how you like having Nano as a mama. I was considering applying for their comms since they rigged a lot of models I loved. I sure am. And Nano is absolutely fantastic to work with. She does the Life 2D art, not rigging. But every model of mine, minus Chibis, were drawn by her. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it like we've done in the past with other people she's worked with. It was the end of July and he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November. And she told him she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WebCon in March when Bao showed us. This was something I believe that Bao had put in her document, right? Hey, Cass. So, okay, it was the end of July, and he thought the model was already finished because the last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November. Got it. New member, Emfried! Welcome to the Q Squad. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So, Nano sends her the PSD doc. Red says, thank you, Nano. I'll let you know if she asks for anything else. Oh, I wanted to ask you if you knew around when Bao was planning to debut her model from you. Nano says she planned for Valentine's. Red says, thanks. I just want to check on your schedule for the Angel model. Maybe Angel starting screen art and 3.0 model. She says, do you have any ideas for the 3.0 release date? And Red says, at the earliest April of next year, but probably May, June. Angel will be late November or December this year. Nano says, dates are good then. He says, do you know when you're starting the Angel art? Oh, the art? Probably right after the model is done. Oh, no, I meant model, like the art for the model. Angel Cinder is booked for start on October. He says, thumbs up. Anything cool you're working on lately? There we go. She says, redacted name, flavor art, and a model starting this week. He says, you're doing redacted VTuber model? She says, no, model not for redacted name. Cinder's Angel model was booked for October. I was also excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. No. Model, not for redacted name. Oh. Nano, could you give me an updated PNG of these with all the fixes you've done? It's no rush. Nano says, okay, I might not take any comms from that form. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. No one cool applied, he asked. But yeah, I think you should do this, especially in Brazil, where there isn't a big market. Always here to help with advice. Nano says, I got a few cool ones, but I guess I want to move on with my own brand. But I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. Do you have any tips on popping the bubble? Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commission form so she can do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Cinder until we chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered her my help. And then he replies to her sentence saying, but I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. And then he says, yeah, actually, I wanted to talk to you about that. So she's like, am I fired? And then Red responds, nah, I'm just kidding. She says, don't play with my emotion. And he says, not yet. And then they exchange some gifts. And then, oh my god, he's so Snoopy. So he's replying to Nanoless saying that she got a few cool names when she put up that form. And then he says, anyone you can share? With the eye emoji. And Redacted says, also, what do you mean? Lol, he's responding to her asking for streaming tips. Nano says, the ones I'm interested in are redacted names, but I'll think a little better about it. And then she responds to Redacted about the streaming tip, like what would make a small community get people's eyes? And then Red says, oh, nice, honestly. He's responded about the names she give. And then he says, I'm surprised there wasn't bigger names that applied. Okay. It reminds me, like, it's like when a girl like ask other girls if they find that this guy is cute, like the guy that they're flirting with is cute, and the other girls are like, nah, because they don't want them to hook up. But that's just a vibe I'm getting. I can't know for sure. Like, you mean what it takes for a small VTuber to get lots of eyes on them? That's kind of my specialty. I did that. She says, yeah, pretty much. I got friends that are studying the VR market and planning things for a far future, maybe. Well, the advantage you have is that you have a brand, you have a well-known art style, and you have lots of kids to promote you, and you don't even have a small following. The challenge is that I can't really speak on the Brazilian market, since I'm completely outside of that demographic, but a good VTuber debut and advertising plan should work regardless of location. That's for sure. Advertising is really huge. What I can say is that as long as you're still drawing for Cinder, I don't mind helping you with advice and plans and stuff. But if she's not drawing for Cinder, he won't. Mio messaged me asking for some guidance and said he wants to help you out more too if he can. So cute. She says cute. And then she's like, okay, deal. But like I said, I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. And then he quotes her saying, until she dumps me, you'll be working forever. Muhahaha. And then she says, me on my 80-year-old doing the 40th model. And then Redacted says, nah, it'd probably be like the 150th model by then. Nanoless says, I'm doomed. I love it. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. And then crying emoji. And he says, how many models do you have in the work? She says, I got 3. There are people I'm interested, so I don't want to cancel with them. But I just gotta recover from the cold and get shit done. It's one of those, the angel model, lol. And then Nano responds, no, but don't worry, it's all very, very well calculated. By the way, angel model will be a skin on 2.0. He says, yes, the last 2.0 outfit, then we can do 3.0, which will hit harder if you're having less babies. Red, stop it, stop. How many new models have you done that haven't debuted yet? Yeah, it's true. It's kind of like a pattern. Find out who she's working with, and then, you know, start with his inception work. Nano brings out the idea of canceling models first after expressing she wanted to do her own thing, and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. Yeah, but then she said that she really wanted to take them. I feel like she's just like, it's kind of like when somebody's complaining, oh, I got way too much work. You know, I got way too much work. But she still wants to do them, obviously, because they're good opportunities. And they're probably a shit ton of money. Hi, Meow Meow. Nanoless here says, oh, there's like 4 models, I think. Redacted seems to debut around October. I have no idea for the other ones. He says, is that Bao too? She says, I didn't start Bao yet. So 4 models that haven't debuted and 3 you still need to do. Not included Redacted name. She says, yeah. And then I think he has a reaction image, but we can't see it. And then she says, I swear these are my last models for a while. And then Redacted says, okay, we'll find a new mama. And Nano's like, I'll KMS in front of Cinder. Then Red adds, I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke, like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Yeah, another half joke. I think for me, okay. Whatever, I'll find a new mama. I think he's like, you know, he says it's a joke, but he's a little bit trying to scare her or keep her on her toes. More like keep her on her toes, like keep her wondering, because she seems like she really comes off as more of somebody that's afraid to displease him. And I don't want to say that in a mean way, but she doesn't have like much spine. And then But what worries me more about this exchange is he's just listing off the models that she needs to do. Oh, so you got 4 models that haven't debuted, and 3 you still need to do, not including this. Like she thought it was less, but he's putting together almost a list of the stuff that she needs to do. As if to show her, oh, that's a lot. And then she's like, yeah, people sweat. Like, oh my god, it is a lot. And then he does this reaction that we can't really see, but I assume it's like I don't know, some kind of blank stare or something. And then she's like, but I swear these are my last models for a while. I swear. Like, I don't know. I can feel the pressure coming through these texts, and these are just texts. Yeah, Redacted acts like he's her manager. That's so true. Redacted is acting almost like Nano's manager in disguise. That's crazy that multiple people in chat said that at the same time. But yeah, she does a shit job of keeping her comms confidential. I'll have to agree with that. I asked about Bao okay, this is Red's comments. I asked about Bao being one of the finished model that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying that to her, that we'll find a new mama for being busy, was a joke. Like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Okay, I already read that. My bad. Editor, remove that part. They exchange a few emotes. Then Redacted says, do you have like a time frame that you want to start doing your own thing, or just as soon as you don't have model work? And what do you want to do on stream? She says, I think it would be as soon as I don't have the model work, but it would take quite the time. Actually, I was thinking of doing a proper debut for the model. Just tell chat to pretend they never saw the model before. Red says, crying Cinder emote, or is that an Omega lol? I can't tell. You could just not use the model for a long time, then come back and pretend it's new. Then after the reveal, you can be like, this is the same model. And then Nano says, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Red says, no, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's best for you, then I think you should. And she says, I'm very guiltable. And Red, you know, gives her a hug emoji. I mean, the sooner you don't have model work, you can work on your own debut. And stream stuff. And Cinder and I can help you out. So I'm not telling you to cancel her model. But it sounds like that'd be the best for what you want to do. Yo, this is so fucking flagrant. Okay, I didn't understand while reading this. Well, he kept bringing up the Bao thing because I was like, oh, he didn't do anything wrong about Bao. But now I understand how this all comes in together to kind of manipulate her. Like the comments about her the comments about him trying to figure out if she started on the Bao model, and then listing off, oh my god, you got all this work to do. Ah, sheesh, man, that's a lot. Is that really the best thing you want to do for yourself? I thought you wanted to have a career. I thought you wanted to be a VTuber. Like, and me and Cinder would help you. So the sooner you get rid of these models, then the sooner you can start working on what's best for you. Like, he feels like her manager. Like, what is he her life coach? It's so odd. And then she's like, yeah, I'm thinking about it. This is like pitiful. And then Red is like, is Bao the last of the 3 you still have to do? And Nano is like, yep, got censored name 2, which I'm considering cancel too. The other one I can't cancel because I set it to start right now, but I think I'll keep her. And then he's like, settled to start right now? Oh, you mean start the model now? She says, yes. Was it supposed to be further in the future and they wanted it sooner? And Red says, out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I canceled with her? Yeah, and he responds, she would 100% guilt trip you. It's like, damn! That's a kind of a rough thing to say about a friend. She was already considering canceling on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model last November, when Nanoless was like, oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. Now I really want to see the Bao segment and see if Red also shit talk Bao to Nanoless, or if Nano's opinion of Bao is like completely clean at this point or not. I told Nano I thought she would do what is best for her, that less model work meant she could do what she wanted to sooner, and we'd help her with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way. The whiny part, I could see that happening. Sorry, but I gotta criticize her too, like... So I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. Oh wait, he's talking about Bao. Wait, he's talking about Bao? I thought he was talking about Nano. Okay, Nano just caught strays there from me for no reason. My bad. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way. So I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. That is... Okay, I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model. Or any other model. Okay. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling another VTuber's model, so this wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model and still would have said the same thing if that's what she thought was best for her, and her doing so agreed with how I thought about more Nano models. She told me Bao's model hadn't even been started either, and I assumed all that was done. Must have been the design. Okay, I understand why he's also pushing for, like, I thought the Bao model was done. I already thought it was done, so I'm not the one manipulating her here. I thought it was already done! Like... Did I mention to you guys that I thought the Bao model was already done? I've already said it 4 times. He continues and says, I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so I was for supporting Nano with what she wanted to do, over telling her to keep any project she was already considering canceling. None of this context was shown in Nano's or Bao's document. Yeah, but it's very convenient for you, Red, that also she's considering canceling those projects. Should we tell Cinder about those invincible funk edits going around TikTok? Yeah, why do TikTok always use the funk music for the edits? That's funny. Yeah, funk, it's like, wait, what's it? How do you call this kind of music, guys? I have a playlist like that on my phone, actually. Yeah, it's like Slava funk music, dude. They always use that on TikTok for all like the fan cams and stuff. Okay, anyway, back to the Cinder doc. Was it supposed to be further in the future and they wanted it sooner? Red said. And Nano's like, no. I see. Well, the Angel model and art is the last big project we're doing for this year, so right after we can help you out with getting you started before we do anything 3.0. I can help you and Mio with tech and OBS stuff too. She says, thank you, I'll be a better mom to Cinder, I swear. Red says, Nano, you're fine. The only other person we consider a model from is Redacted, and he's swamped with everyone in the world wanting his work, so you're stuck with us. You and... Redacted VTuber name. If you're eventually not as busy, or I think this is an artist, you and Redacted artist. If you're eventually not as busy between Cinder model and outfits, we'd love to just pay you for that art that you can do on stream, if that's something you want to stream. Then here, from July to August, Cinder writes, Nano was involved in drama with a Life 2D rigger. Oh, that's gotta be Kevin, right? I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. Nano made a public call-out post about this Life 2D rigger she's worked with in the past after seeing someone else's post about them. I am evil as news, I am, but I am trying to be thorough still. But there is a lot. There's a lot to take on. And thank you for your membership. We got another one. We got another page in. Jacob adds with a $5 donation. Thank you. I will say this document did paint Nano as a pretty unprofessional, but I think that's a general issue for online artists. Red, however, is manipulative. Yeah, I agree. And I think we often have these discussions about artists. And also it's true that in the way that I didn't really like the way she made that call-out post on Kevin here. And how it kind of, you know, put some pressure on Iron Mouse and all of that. Like, I didn't like how that whole debacle went down. Maybe news. Anyway, Nano made a public call-out post about this Life 2D rigger. And this is her post saying, I fucking hate this because this should be the original chest, and he modified it without my knowledge. I clearly state that I offer free fixing for the rigger until model is done and good. And she's curating a post saying necklace template needs some work. Nano admitted she never communicated with the person she publicly called out. There were no communication between me and Kevin, but surely this is not a minor visual difference. Nano said she could stand up to clients and refuse to work with them if they were having their model rigged by this person. She says, yeah, I learned to stand up and tell clients that I won't work with them if it's rigger X. It's kind of douchey, but I feel like it's needed. Here, Red's DM with Nano the day this happened. He talked to Nano about 2 new models she made and showed her support over this drama. Nano had no problems with gossiping with Red. Oh wow, really? But are you gonna give us... Am I gonna get an Aka Supa if you do win it? Alright, okay, I am blessing you. I am blessing you with my VTuber luck magic. Now go forth and win the lottery. Red says, I'm guessing, you know, censored name debuting her Nano model soon. And then Nano says, oh, did she announce something? And Red says, no, but censored name is working on art of her in that outfit on stream, and looks like it could be a mousepad like she did for censored name. So next couple months maybe, if not sooner. Ah, yes, true. I've been waiting for so long. I just thought she hated it. Does he just have like 7 monitors with like all of the artists that like do VTuber models live streaming their content, like checking who's working on what, who's working with who? Red says, is that one of the last few debuts you're waiting on? Lol. And Nano's like, crying emoji. No, no one can hit a Nanoless original. Because Nano previously said, oh, I thought she hated it. Yep, I might now someone... what is this sentence? I might know someone now. And then Red says, what? No. Red sends her a tweet from her. I don't know. No, it's not from her. It's a tweet talking about the situation, but I don't know from who. Nano says, I don't even know what the fuck he wants from me at this point. Maybe it's a Kevin tweet. He says, I wouldn't care, leave it be. He probably wants you to publicly forgive him so his image stops burning. Clown emoji. Yes, his small pee-pee ego is too hurt. Oh, there we go. We got the pee-pee word again. Red says it shouldn't be conning people out of money for a reskinned rig. And she's like, oh, I'm so tired of him in so many ways. But yeah, I made the message. I wanted to share it to people. I don't care about anything else. He says, hell yeah, Nano Streamer Arc. Oh my god, this was just now. Somebody retweeted her post saying, thank you for giving my art life again. It's looking so good. He's so desperate. If I burn down as artist right now, I guess I'll just go for stream. Good idea, he says. Yeah, he's stupid. Savage, Red responds. Well, I just want to apologize in case this dirts my name and consequentially cinders. Red says, it won't. Trust me. Thank you, Red, for the mental support. And then he says, I got your back. And then she responds to the tweet he sent her saying he deleted that. What the fuck? Red says, wow, must be getting backlash. When someone calls you out for your BS, you don't deserve an apology. No matter how much you whine about it on Twitter, lol. Then she responds, I'm kind of scared, but I think I did the right thing. Red says, you did. Someone with influence has to say something, like he was doing this for years. And yeah, are you working on a new censored name model with censor? Dude, he snooped so much. Yeah, I'm done on my side. And now it's all on another censored name. This rigging looks really nice so far. I saved a clip for reference for censored name. Nice. Not gonna lie, I keep thinking about Cinder 3.0 all the time. I'm so hyped. Red says, some of my messages here age really well. That's so funny because I was thinking that too. Okay, that's funny, Red. I like this. We needed more of these kind of Red comments because I respect this one. That's a funny one. He's referring to when someone calls you out for your BS, you don't deserve an apology no matter how much you whine about it on Twitter. XD. As stated in this rigorous now deleted tweet, Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the problem. I fucking hate this. Nanoless removed herself from tag and direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the art that I've provided instruction for 7 months, but the focus seems to have shifted away from. You're just saying that because he stole your future wife, Charlie. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had talked about before he did not name anymore. Oh my god, are we not even fucking almost there, guys? So, here, like, what I noticed is that he'll do this. I mean, he's like, oh, she's gossiping with me, but she didn't say much in regard to the Kevin drama. It was more him, like, you know, he's like, oh, he's conning money out of the reskin. Yada yada. He's sending her the stuff that people are saying about her. He's sending her Kevin's responses. And she's just like, oh, if I burn down stars, I'll go for a stream. I hope this doesn't make you guys look bad. But yeah, his small PP ego is too hurt. I guess this count as, you know, kind of gossip. But she didn't really add more that wasn't public information already. And then he's like, oh, I'm showing you support, I'm showing you support. And then he's like, by the way, who are you working on with this and this? Did you hear about this person working with this other artist? He's very calculated. He's very calculated. That PP must be top tier, huh? He's so terrible with business management. I literally cannot think of anything else. Yeah, you cannot. You cannot. But it's funny. That stone turtle reply was funny too. I laughed when I saw that. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model project like they had talked about before. He did not name anyone. Yeah, Red did not... Guys, Red never asked Nano directly to cancel any model projects. She did that part on her own. She came to that conclusion on her own. All they did was like vaguely discuss it once or twice. And then he's like, so did you cancel? So did you cancel? By the way, did you end up canceling on that? It's like, come on. Hey, Nano, do you know if you're able to start the Heaven Hound outfit earlier or not? Also, just wondering if you decided to cancel on any other model projects. Nano responds, yeah, I checked with the other clients and I can't delay them. Didn't cancel anything yet. Actually, give me another moment. Redacted, censored names. Need some more things for the summer model. She said she added annotation to the PSD for you. Cinder also wanted me to ask you if you have time to add a new dance animation to the summer model. We asked censor name too, and we are waiting to see what she says. We'll do what kind of dancing, she asked. Red adds here as his comment, the reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she had cancelled anything was because it could possibly affect our project schedule with her. Well, yes. That's the entire point of you wanting to... you wanted her to cancel models from the very start. That's why, so she could dedicate more time to your projects. Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet, and he has the yet in bold here. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously there were at least 2 models she was considering canceling. There were unrelated messages about my own project they were talking about between these screenshots. Oh dang, Cinder can make some crazy mashup with that. Sure, I'll do a summer first right now, then the other arms. Red responds, yeah, and she did say there's edits for you listed in the PSD. Thank you, Nano, love you. Yep, no problem. Did you check on this yet? Oh my god, dude, Red, come on. Okay, they should have asked me to make the Google Doc for them, and it would have been, I swear to God, it would have been like 10% of this entire doc. Never mind, 10% is 100 pages. It would have been 1% of this entire doc, and it would have been so much stronger, because why would you ever put this in? So here, he replies to her saying, give me another moment. And he's like, did you check on this yet? Like, he's like, oh my god, is she gonna cancel? Is she gonna cancel? Like, he's practically you're practically foaming at the mouth, bro. Nano's like, they are replying right now. Just give me another moment. By the way, meanwhile, could you give me a full list of Angel model? Red says, I bumped Nano again about 6 hours later, and she said someone was replying to her now. She says, yeah, I can ASAP. Nano responds with a people emoji. It's not you, Nano. I'm just between like 20 projects and IRL things right now. I'll give you a list when I talk to Cinder. Let me go do that for you. Nano says, it's okay. I know y'all just live in a rush. Red says, did you cancel models? 3rd time now he's asked. Nano says, I did not. I don't know if I'm ever gonna use this, but just in case, I'm gonna make a note here. I did not. It says another 20 minutes later when I said to Nano, did you cancel models again? It was in all caps because of the previous message sent and the fact I still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and I said her arc of doing what she wanted to do would be delayed far into the future. Joking with her like I always had. Yes, another half joke. Another half joke. And the fact that I didn't even notice that he said that. Nano arc delayed to 2026. So, again, he's pushing onto her the notion that, oh, you're not focusing on yourself right now. You're not really focusing on your brand. You're taking all these other projects. Isn't she making like 10K from these models? Of course she wants to take these projects. Lol, Cass. He wanted her to cancel. He didn't expect he was the one getting cancelled. We need a little... I like how my mouth squishes. Does it squishes? Like this one? Not steal the stroke again. Do it. I will do it. I'll put a sound effect at the end. Cancel your projects or you're fired. Just kidding. But did you? Red probably. That's a good one, Mingo. So after Redacted says Nano arc delayed to 2026, then Nano responds, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. And then he says, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. Nano says, yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. Don't sell yourself short, Redacted responds. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free. Maybe half price. If she starts shit, lol. Yeah, you're right. I'll talk to her today. We'll also close the model inquiry today, opening that was a mistake. Yeah, I just closed it, not say anything about it besides thanks for applying or something. Like, don't announce yet, no one's getting picked, I changed my mind. Because people will get mad. Here Red says, Nano brought a Bao again saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't cancelled anything yet. I was not the one to bring a Bao again, and I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should be at least somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other model application in the first place. All of the lead up to this conversation was left out of Nano's and Bao's document. But I don't see how the lead up to the conversation is helping. It's like him asking repeatedly if she's cancelled yet. Okay, just... I'm concerned about Red here. Like, I'm concerned about Red and Cinder that they think this is like a really good defense, that they think these screenshots make them look good. Like, they believe that this behavior is normal. It's not normal. It's anything but normal. And I know people are like, oh, it's always like this with content creators. It's always like this in VTuber communities. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I haven't met anybody like that. I've never met anybody like that. Maybe I just haven't met any big enough VTubers yet, but I'd be shocked if somebody at Hololive was acting this way behind the scenes too. Herma, did you cancel like every other day? And yes, and even if it was like that, it shouldn't. Like, don't announce the, true, it feels like a company auditions. It feels like, she means it feels like Vishojo's audition. I see the little joke here. Cancel your art all the time on small booba. Or just close the form and never say anything about it again. That'll work too. Just engagement bait, she says. I might just close silently. I mean, it was also stupid for her to open up the form when clearly she's like overwhelmed with everything. Redactor says, yes, okay, I can start Cinders right now. And he's like, huh? So I'll ask you to rush the list if possible. But the summer and dance stuff first. What did you do though? She says, I just asked my current model timeline and safe to delay it a bit. He says, okay, we'll get you a list in the server ASAP. Maybe they've not been around real people for too long, so they've lost all perspective and self-awareness, like high school. You know what? You know, maybe we need like a social media to all like crash for an entire year so everybody snaps back to reality. That's what we need. We need a total social media shutdown. I know this is my job and I'm still in for it. I'll be totally fine with it. I'll take the hit. I'm ready to tank it. And it's crazy that's like, and look what she immediately starts to work on after she's canceling the projects, Cinder's models. This doesn't look good. This really doesn't look good. "45 minutes after, Nano said she was able to start on Cinder's angel model right away, when earlier she said she wasn't able to and had planned to start in October. Wow! Well, you look at that. And Cinder says this was all Red told me in our DMs right after he talked to Nano. Nano was able to start the angel model right after the summer fixes and dance. She says yes. Yeah, 2 months earlier. After canceling Bao's model, that he's asked her 3 times. That he's asked her 3 times if she was going to cancel it. Oh, but my bad, guys. The last time he was half joking. Because it wasn't caps. Later that night, Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTuber career. He said we would help her out, and that Nano was able to start on my Heaven Hound model early on. I felt bad for Bao, because I saw how excited she was about the design she showed us in person. But I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red's messages, and only knew what he told me. Red says, if I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason, and knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November of 2023 and told Nano she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4 months after WebCon in March 2024 when Bao showed it to us? Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me it was okay because, okay, you know what? This is where me reading comes into play, because people like this, they don't plan things. I read a study recently about that, but it's like people like this, they don't plan everything in advance. Like Red doesn't wake up in the morning and is like, I'm gonna try to make Nanoless cancel Bao's model. It's more like he's an opportunistic person, and whenever his disposition is geared towards that, when he feels like he can get an edge, when he feels like he can snatch on to an opportunity, he'll take it. It feels like this is kind of his default state. Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me it was planned for, I feel like, you know, it's like, oh, she's hesitating about Bao's model. All right, I'm gonna try to you know, and then he becomes pushy. It's not like he planned this in advance. And the fact that it wasn't premeditated doesn't take away from the fact that, again, I feel like he's kind of manipulating her. He'd have to be really five-head for that. Although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend, and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past, and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me she wanted to do for herself, and as her friend, I reassured her it would be okay. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us instead of anything she had planned. The only project we had upcoming with Nano at this time was Cinder's Angel model and starting screen art, which we were content with being started in October. Like Nano told me before. It was only after all of this that Nano told me she could start it earlier, which affected our project timeline. That's why I asked if she decided to cancel anything, but I didn't expect her to move our project up. Sort of like Rima's world domination plan as a mastermind villain. How's that going, by the way? Yeah, that plan probably requires more planning. We're kind of just winging it right now, and we still haven't finished building our ship back so we can leave this planet. And here it's a screenshot from earlier saying Cinder is booked for the start of October, and him saying okay. Now on August 6, 2024, Red messaged Nano and asked how her conversation with Bao went. He had to back off in November 23 as he was called out over pressuring her to cancel models. Oh. Was that when he did the model Bebe comment? Yeah, she responded to his comment on 11/17. So that's November 17. God, I'm bad at reading dates. And said she wants to retake Silver Model, but she doesn't want to disrespect Cinder. But she feels like it's not fair to involve her into their drama. True. It's when she said her friends were telling her not to cancel models and focus on Cinder. Yes. Okay, so that's what this, I know what you're referring to. Freed. God, there is so many screenshots. What the fuck? Here. So on 11/17, he tells her not to discredit any of your work because everything you work on is top of the line, blah blah. And she doesn't feel good about this. And then she talks to Cinder about it, and she's like, "Yo, this is making me uncomfortable." And then previously, in red. Where does she says that she feels bad for Cinder? That she doesn't want to disrespect Cinder. Oh, here. And that's on November 25. Oh, so that is after November 23. And he's like, is this about Silver's model, Nano? And she says, yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. He's acting like we forgot the convo they had. Well, isn't that the point of the doc, though? To make us, like, forget about... Like, there's just so much information. There's just so much. It's what she says at the start of this. Thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our names somewhere. I just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, I apologize for the trouble on your plan. I'll still revisit my list and see what I got. Business is business. If you want to go through the project we talked about, let me know which ones you'd love to do too. Oh, I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to work on before we set anything in stone. Of course, I'll be away today, but I'll give you an update later. Is this about Silver's model, Nano? Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models. What is he replying for? To here. Oh, here. Okay, it starts here. My bad. It's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models so I can do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situation. I still will always have a way to have open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. Guess we got a misunderstanding on both sides. It's more about this. And then she links back to the not to discredit you, but more, you know, nano babies means less cool. Elisa, thank you for the gifted sub. And JT man, thank you for the bits. I feel like there was another gifted sub. And JT man, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, thank you. And he's like, oh, I see what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I almost feel bad for Cinder. I'm sure this guy does the same crap to her 24/7. Oh my god. You are probably right. This is crazy. No, I don't hate Cinder either. I think they just like... Her and Red just got lost in the sauce too much. Red especially is like way deep lost in the sauce. He's drowning in the sauce. True, Misha. I know she's probably an exception, but technically Mousy is proof that you don't need an exclusive model artist to be iconic. Very good point. Ranch sauce, probably. Ew, that's the worst kind of sauce. I scroll down too much. Okay. Red is unhinged. Just wait until you get to the bow part. Oh my god. Spoilers. It's fine. It's kind of like when people are like, you know, we're watching an anime and they're like, oh my god, this next scene is so good. Yeah, dude is a walking red flag, this redacted guy, and yeah. Anyway, hey Nano, he says, checking on the arm stuff. Also, I told Cinder to just take PNGs to match a redacted ref sheet with each model, and if you want more expressions or toggles or pose or something, just let me know. How did talking to Bao go? She says, I'm finishing arms right now. She says, I will talk to Bao right now. She replied to my iPost. I got a bit, I'll wait a bit. I don't know if she will hate me forever after this. So he basically just asked her again if she cancelled yet. This is the fourth one. This is the fourth have you cancelled yet. I put them as headers because it's easier to find after when I'm just scrolling. And she says also, thank you. Red says, she won't hate you forever, just for the next few days. Damn, what a good... Red says he's friends with Bao there? Sheesh, man. I'm afraid to know what he does to the people he calls his enemies. Because this is how you treat your friends. Jesus fucking Christ, man. But if she still has the designs, I don't think it's a big deal. And Red says, Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked how it went. If Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like, Nano told me it wasn't, and I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window Nano told me about. And then Nano's like, okay, I sent it. And he's like, I'm here for emotional support. Thank you, it hurts my soul. Fred says, the whole situation was wrong of both of us. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with her other commissions. And I shouldn't have waited in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my actions and that this happened at all. Okay, I can, you know what? I can respect this. And I can respect him trying to say sorry here and own up for his mistakes. Obviously, there needs to be a change in behavior, and that needs to be reflected in his actions moving forward. It was after this when Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. And that's Bao saying, Smoj, Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic. Aww, I feel bad for Bao. That is heartbreaking, especially since I feel bad for Bao for this entire situation because I think I just saw a post of her on Twitter not too long ago where she was saying that like everybody's moved on from the situation. This was before this doc drop, but I'm still stuck there. Like I'm still hurt and I'm still trying to process things, and she just didn't. It just didn't look like she was feeling good at all, and this is probably not helping. But that I'm sorry screenshot is appearing in an I'm not sorry document. It's weird. Yes, that is true. That is a good point, Kiwasa. That's a very good point. This is why Red isn't the manager anymore, and thank God for that. Hallelujah. And thank you for the resub, Jacob. I kind of said it in a super French way. After I posted my apology on 4/27/2025, Bao tweeted this, talking about her model being cancelled last August, asking how I didn't know about it. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, and not quoting it either. How? How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We talked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. And tonight now found out... Rima, talk! And to now find out that just a day before I shared my sadness, this is the conversation that happened that ruined months of debut prep, planning, merch prep, and if you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind Red. And this is like what snippets of, oh, don't feel bad about canceling. She has so many connections. It'll be super fast. And, you know, don't give her a discount, I think. With a defense like this, who needs a prosecution? Well, you're not wrong, Duncan. Oh, yeah, that's funny. That's a good one. I might write this one in my joke notepad. Oh, is that true, Misha? That is so sad. Cinder here writes, I was aware that in this instance Bao's model was cancelled and before she said anything. I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere, and I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. This is what I said. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. After Bao posted, I messaged the one friend I could get a message to her since she has already unfriended me and had no way to contact her. Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped. And we didn't live together anymore either, so I had no way to access his DM myself to go back and see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it was alright. All I had to go off was what Red told me in August about this. What was posted in Nano and Bao's document, and now Bao's tweet after my apology. I don't know if she ever got this message and she never reached out to talk. I told this friend that I didn't know how the model was cancelled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was cancelled at all. So Cinder here writes to her friend, and she says, I just saw Bao's tweet. I have no way of contacting her, so if you could please have her reach out for us to talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was cancelled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without constant approval because I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything he was doing was right. I'm so sorry to you and all the girls. Let me ask her if it's alright for me to pass a message forward, and if so, I'll copy paste this directly. Is that alright? This is the same friend I messaged before about Red and I. I'm so sorry, I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything. In Bao's tweet, she said that before her model was cancelled in August of 2024, they were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. And in Nano's document, it said that Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friend Bao by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. Followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me cancelling the model I had planned with Bao. Neither of which were actually shown or true. True, she didn't show that, but you ended up showing it, so you kind of just helped her. Red asked me to... You kind of just ended up showing how you asked 4 times. Didn't she say they used to live together? They lived together until February 2025. Yes. But this happened in April. But, and the Bao discussion, oh, when the Bao discussion happened, she was living with him. So, maybe she did know about it back then. But here in that message, I think she's saying that I have no way of checking his DMs like right now because he's not with me. What did she say in her apology again? Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiation of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Katami included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. Look, there's no way for me to, you know, prove that she's lying here, that she had no knowledge or not. But they were living together when the Bao negotiations happened. To phrase it better, they were living together when Nanoless canceled the Bao model. I don't think like Nano is a perfect victim, and I think probably a lot of people have a hard time sympathizing with her because she's like making mad money, and I understand it because sometimes I'm like, yeah, that's also, I also feel like I have a hard time sympathizing with her when she's just like making bankrolls. But then I ask myself, you know, why do we feel that way about this? Well, it's probably because we're like kind of insecure about our own financial situation compared to her. And it's like, should our resentment come into play into our final judgment of this situation? And when I rationalize this, I'm like, no, of course not. These are personal feelings and they should be pushed aside because they're kind of like wrong. Like, it's human to have these feelings towards somebody. But it's another thing entirely to act on it. And at the end of the day, it's kind of what this entire drama is about. They had resentments, they had jealousy, and they decided to act on it. We were here, right? In Nano's document, it said that Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friend Bao by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. I followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao, neither of which were actually shown were true. Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it's okay since she has many connections, and she'll be fine anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. It was, and is upsetting to me, that Red contacted me specifically to check on me cancelling the model I had planned with Bao. Okay, so where's the lie though? A little over a week before Bao's model was cancelled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started, and as you've seen, Red never asked Nano to cancel Bao's model. Whoa. Okay, that last sentence, I just refuted, like, we've seen it 4 times that he asked, like, he didn't said it, he said, did you talk to her yet? Did you cancel it yet? Did you cancel it yet? The Bao model hadn't even been started in L2D progress, but the design was being made, and Nano's doing the design. So the process was started, just maybe not as far as being in mid-progress. But does that really... Okay, I feel like this is what a lot of the naysayers will catch upon. And for me, this doesn't change the final argument. They're just like, what the naysayers will say is exactly the argument that Red and Cinder are trying to do. They're like, she lied because she said she was going to cancel the work mid-progress. And it wasn't mid-progress, it was the beginning of the progress. Therefore, everything's false. Throw it all out. If there is one single detail that is wrong or that is false, you gotta throw the whole thing out. But I disagree with that, Kitsu, because if you analyze cases of manipulation, there is always an autonomy on the victim side. Like, no one removes the autonomy, is removing the autonomy from Nanoless here. This is what manipulation is. It's about, he's going in, he gets information, and when he feels like he can push, then he does it. And then he does it not once, not two, not three. He does it 4 times. He's like, I didn't ask her to cancel the model. He didn't say the specific words, yes. But then he repeatedly added pressure. And then he's like, I'm your friend. I care about you. You said you wanted to work on your brand, didn't you? You said you wanted to become a content creator. Well, you have way too much work right now. And then he starts listing off all the models that she's got to do. You got this, you got that. You've got 4 models plus this. And then right after he says that, that's when she's like, oh, well, should I cancel on this? That's when she starts thinking, well, should I cancel on that? So let me ask you this. If, let's say, you are neutral and you're a blank state, and then after talking to somebody, you are leaning more toward one way or another, isn't that influence? And then she canceled on Bao, and then she immediately bumps up Cinder's model. They got it done 2 months earlier instead. So for me, the initial claims from Nanoless document hasn't been debunked yet. Gaslighting? Check. Manipulation? Check. Spreading rumors behind people's back? There's like that screenshot where Cinder admits to spreading it to 3 different people. And then, yes, she blames workload to him, but then when she speaks to... well, this is more about Silver's model. But then when she spoke to Cinder directly, she tells Cinder, yo, what Redacted said here about me, you know, making a lot of model bebe, I'm not very comfortable with that. And so we know that it's about what he told her. And then after that, was it after that? And then after that, she wants to take back Silver's model. But then she's like, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. But seriously, why wouldn't he try to get her to cancel Bao's model the first time around? I already explained that, because the way people like this operate, like people, when they see somebody like this, they're like, oh my god, like he's planned all of this ahead, like he's a mastermind. But it's not like this. It's more like, he's not waking up in the morning and being like, I'm gonna try to sabotage this person. Okay, maybe in the case of Silvervale that might be true, but it's more like he'll meet somebody and he thinks there'll be a good connection in the future, so he's gonna cozy up. Or he's gonna see an opportunity and he's gonna drive it in. He sees an opening, he's gonna go for it. It's more like that. So he saw the opening. First he starts by talking. This is how what he's doing, okay? He starts listing off the stuff that she's gotta do. He's like, what's your progress on the Bao model? She's like, oh, well, I haven't started yet. Oh, you haven't started it yet. So you got that on top of all these other models? He's like, that's like, he lists like 5 stuff. And he starts stressing her out. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. He has the pressure. I thought you wanted to work on your brand. Then she starts hesitating. She's like, maybe I should cancel on Bao's model, but I'm afraid to do so. And that's when he starts driving it in. Like, he sees the opening and then he goes in. It's not like a carefully, you know, 5D chess plan. It could have been Bao, but it could have been somebody else too. I don't think he really cared who it was. Where is it? This is them talking about Kevin. Also, I'm just wondering if you decided to cancel on any other model projects. Yeah, check with the other clients, I can't delay them. I didn't cancel anything yet. Actually, give me another moment. Oh dang, Cinder can make some crazy stuff. Thank you, Lano. Did you check on... Oh. Did you check on this yet? Because she asked, give me another... She said, give me another moment. And then he's like, you know, did you cancel yet? And they're like, oh, they're replying right now. I bumped Nano again. About 6 hours later, she said someone was replying to her now. Did you cancel the models? Nano arc delayed till 2026. He's like, you're not gonna work on yourself till 2026. It's implying that if she doesn't cancel the models, if she or it's implied that she has too much work to work on herself. Then she says, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Trying to catch up the chat now, but it keeps moving. Man, I just think it comes off as super manipulative. Nano deserves criticism, but Red is far worse. Yep. Yeah, sorry. It's just that, yeah, I'm working through it. Friends or not, still feels very icky the way Red is pushy and then dumping more projects afterward. I'm actually getting triggered from past best relationship with this behavior, sorry. Where did we leave off? I think here. In Bao's tweet, she said that before her model was cancelled in August of 2024, they were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. We were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. Okay, oh yeah, this is the mid-progress argument. A little over a week before Bao's model was cancelled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. We didn't start Bao yet. How could it have been cancelled mid-progress and close to being rigged if it wasn't started? If it was so close to rigging, why would Nano have even considered cancelling it instead of just finishing it? I think Bao would have said if her model was cancelled mid-progress in her messages to me, and are friends if it was, instead of just that she was dropped as a client? I think Bao would have said if her model was cancelled mid-progress and message to me and her... Okay, we're still on the mid-progress argument. Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic. In Bao's document, she said there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Going to be the Life 2D illustrator. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch, which lines up with what Nano said to Red and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself but was never shown anywhere. Okay, I might not take any comms from that form. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. I'm doomed. I love it. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Bao saying that there was back and forth also could imply that Nano already approached her, saying she may not continue her model before August 5th when Red messaged Nano. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model, like was claimed. He messaged to see her... Wait, I need to read the sentence. Also, Red didn't cancel Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model, like was claimed. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects she expressed interest in canceling that Nano previously mentioned. So, they're saying that it wasn't targeted on Bao. Another conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated, trying to plan my collab with her, and Red complimenting art Nano did for someone else. Nano, are you planning on doing a collab with Cinder on your birthday? I don't know, that's Mio's idea. I mean, the thing that I don't like about Nanoless behavior here is that she lied to Bao. And even though her relationship with Fred was kind of toxic, she did end up hurting somebody else because of it. And, well, I don't know if she spoke about it with Bao and if they hashed it out, but there is also accountability to be taken on her part. Nano, are you planning on doing a collab with Cinder on your birthday? I don't know, that's Mio's idea. I know, I've been talking to him about it and I want to make sure you know. Is there anything you want to do? And would you be streaming or just be on Cinder's stream? We can plan a different day too. Make it a different day, please. Okay, what day? I don't know. You just don't want to do it. I get mad anxiety. It's okay if you want to just cancel it, we can. You guys can hang out in your bikinis. In your bikini. Oh my god, I forgot to ask. How is... Censored name Art is coming. She showed us the whip when we saw her a few weeks ago. Yeah, finished the art last week. Let me see. Okay, it's like censored. Good lord, the cooking. Thank you. When is Nano available for some not safe for side project? I do hope that Nano apologized about the bare minimum. Yeah. Yeah, me too. If it's just illustrations, I can always try to add on to my schedule. Okay, but after Angel, unless you want to make a 10-line Cinder art right now. Lol, everyone likes the 10 lines, and we didn't even ask you for that. I hope you guys didn't mind an unsolicited addition, by the way. I just thought 10 lines are great. No, we don't mind. It came out super good, and everyone likes it. You can give more suggestions for things we don't mention in the future, of course. By the way, did you guys decide something about the flames on Angel? After over a year of Red and I encouraging Nano to come on my stream, we finally had our first collab together. It was on her birthday by Mio's suggestion to Red. Thank you, Nano. I had so much fun yapping, having a good night. Thank you, it was so much fun. I have a sore throat already. Oh no, get lots of rest. Red, good morning. We were watching some VODs from Cinder. She said she wanted to collab with Nano. Yeah, whenever Nano is ready to. I was actually thinking on making a surprise for Nano, if that would be okay for Cinder. She wouldn't be opposed, but in that past, she hasn't wanted to because she didn't feel comfortable doing that yet. So I don't know if a surprise is the best way to go. She just let me know if she decides to, and we can get something set up. She's always able to message me or her too. No problems, we are just getting ready for the event. What event? Oh, the anime friend thingy we are going. Oh yeah, hope that goes well. Okay, what about Nano's birthday? We could do her birthday. She is okay with too. Do you want to do on her birthday, the 28th, right? Yep. Okay. Emote from Red. And then my DMs with Nano after she was on my stream celebrating another one of her models debuting, and our messages around my birthday. I'm alive and slept for 9 hours. I wanted to thank you again. Talking to you really is easy for some reason. That makes me so happy. Anytime you want to play games or yap, always be free for you. I wanted to show you this. Finally, another bed. Finally. I thought she hated it and just discarded it. Thank you for letting me know. I don't think anyone could ever dislike your work. Cinder, happy birthday. Thank you, Nano. I love you. Sorry I couldn't make anything special for you. No, don't be. I was able to hang out with you earlier and that felt like the best gift ever. Nano told Red she was... Okay, I gotta pick this up, man. Nano told Red she was up to take on more of our work, followed by another instance that shows how Nano was treated. Okay, so with the cafe idea, we're open to it, but we need more details and dates to discuss. My concern is that if it's based around our brand and there's a standard we need to... the whole thing held to, and a responsibility to uphold that from whoever is running things. Plus, this would be a lot of people first VTuber impression in Brazil. You gotta rep the brand the right way. There's not much I can quality control from all the way over here. Also, how would you feel about doing more gamer sub labels and maybe a Daki? We'll definitely keep an eye for the quality. You know I'm always up to. I'll tell them you're interested and check for more info. I'll let you know anything I can get. Red says, are you involved with the Maid Cafe thing or did you just hear about it? And he says, I just don't want this to get in the way of the angel model and angel art. How do you know he is demanding or checking because he likes gossiping? Because you can't see his tone from DMs. Nano and Redbin talk like friends. I think both of them like gossiping, and this is the problem of Nanoless, is that she behaves in an unprofessional manner in those DMs. And although she did trust him as a friend then, she still shouldn't have revealed that much information, because he is still her client and the lines got blurred in the relationship, but it's still not good. Yes, she even says she likes to gossip. But at the same time, she didn't know he would use the information she gave him. Well, that's another question. Yes, VTubers actually run their business from Discord. Like, they set up servers with their artists and channels. At least that's what Dokibird does. And Cinder says that too. And also, well, I did all of my back and forth with my artists via email, which is my preferred way because I feel like you can, it's more organized that way. If you read Nanoless' doc, she said she didn't want to be dragged into their drama. She's fine talking about drama, but not getting put in the middle of it. True. That's kind of like me too. I like talking about drama, I don't like being involved in it. Watching drama and being in drama feels pretty different. It is. She just streamed fine laughing with her pirate pups, so we're all here still processing this. I know, we're still gonna be processing this while she's on stream tomorrow, but that's alright. I think, I mean, this situation kind of reminds me of that other situation that was extremely similar with Admiral Baru and Bunny Aru. Aru? And I have a video on it. It's very, very, very similar. Even the amount of Google Docs that came out after are similar. And I mean, Admiral Baru is even more popular now than when he got cancelled back then. And Bunny Ayu has more than 1 million followers and subscribers, and she's never even suffered from this. So, I mean, if they can come back, then so can Cinder. Mio asked me what Cinder uses. You have the Cinder VTuber official mic setup. We don't have a room isolation or anything, much like the opposite, but works really well. I love Elgato products. If you don't have a stream deck, get one. I do. Okay, good. Thank you for the help. You're on Team Cinder, which makes... I'm on Team Nano. That's why I rep your shirt at every con. I still cry about... Although I'm still willing to give Cinder... From what I've read so far, I'm still willing to give Cinder the benefit of the doubt there. For me, it's really more like Red is schizoing the fuck out. But then again, I'm not really far in the dock. Alright, focus, Rima. Stop yapping. Ah, yeah, about Gamersub. Do we need art soon? Oh yeah, I would love to make Maid Cinder art for the cafe thing if it goes forward. Yeah, just keep me updated on the maid stuff and we'll see it if it ends up going anywhere. Gamersub isn't super soon, we have time. It's not urgent. We're doing redacted name and AFK. And Cinder and I wanted to ask you first before we gave anyone else the opportunity. Cinder, or that name. I love you so much. Also to have a consistent art style on the labels we have for them. 09/2024. About 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. She brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. This is what I said about Nano accepting my projects and my apology. Everything I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me. Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. Pretty and funny privileges. Doesn't matter how many times they get outed, as long as they got the looks and charisma, if they stay low long enough. You mean about Baru and Bunny Ayu? Yeah, and her case is really pretty privilege. This was followed by her cancelling long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers after filling up her waitlist with more projects that she could reasonably take on again. Yeah, I don't understand why she opened up the form. Of her own volition, Nano cancelled a large portion of her model commissions last September. This entire conversation was left out of Nano's document, and all of the blame for these model cancellation was put on me and Red. If you were one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano cancelled around this time, this was what happened. Once again, I had no involvement in this conversation and was only told about what happened afterwards. Nano, are you free tomorrow, Monday, September 30th, 2024? Sure, okay. As for GS labels, redacted name, full commercial, Red, yes. Hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every comm that's not Cinder related, would you pay it? So this is when she first brings up the exclusivity deal, like the paid one. Oh, I don't understand. Nano asked me if you'd be willing to pay for her to cancel other comms for other VTubers that aren't Cinder related. I'm freaking out with my comms and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm dying inside. I want to do my own shit too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask such a weird question. No, it's okay. I just don't know what you meant. Do you mean you cancel your current commissions that aren't Cinders and then we pay you for? Like, we'll pay you for work you do for us, and if you want more to do to replace your other comms, we can do that. Exclusivity? I mean, it depends how you're thinking about it. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. We've never paid someone as exclusivity fee before. And she's like crying, people. Like, how much? How long does it last? Is it multiple times? But if you want, I mean, the way they should do the exclusivity deal is they should draw up a contract and write down a certain amount of projects and a certain amount of artworks, and just, you know, you have a clause where she only is working with them. That's it. Like, call it an exclusivity deal. She also shouldn't be like, the way they're wording it is weird. The way she's approaching it is like, she's like, can just be upfront and be clear about it. I mean, it depends how you're thinking about it. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. Okay, we read that. Nano told me she's freaking out with her commissions because she's accepted too many and just wants to do Cinder stuff plus her own things. Exactly as she's been telling me for months. What happened with Bao's model was a precursor to this. She is the first one to suggest the possibility of exclusivity to me, showing she had interest in making an exclusivity deal with Cinder and I as far back as September 2024. This is September 2024. If you want to do just stuff with us, we can just keep giving you new projects we'll pay for. What page are we on? Yes, I agree with Kitsu. I think, okay, this is kind of a tangent, but I think people believe that, you know, your partner needs to be perfect and stuff, but at the same time, some people, if they've discussed it and they're willing to work through this together, and I think it's none of our business. And a lot of people do end up coming back in less than perfect relationship. Like, maybe she really feels like she needs his support. He does do a lot for her. Like, we gotta give him, he does do a lot for her. And it feels like she really relies on him for his opinion. And artists, honestly, like art-wise and stuff, like his ideas are good. It seems like he's the one like, pushing for different art ideas, and you know, you should make a toggle like this and all of that. So the only problem with him was like the way he communicated in business dealings, and now she fired him as a manager, so I'm happy about that. Sayu, I need people to stop asking what page are we on. It's guys, this is what's happening. Like, I'm the mom in front and I'm driving the van, and you guys are all the kids in the back asking me, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Yeah, exactly, Schizo. Schizo, oh my god, I mean Kitsunero. It's because I was reading your message while I was answering. That's why I said that. I didn't mean to... That's why I said that. Red is very business savvy and has a good idea, but he is very schizo and paranoid. Yes, I'm asking that. The answer is always no. Hika, thank you for the 5 membership. Thank you. Okay, we still got 80 pages to go just for this section, so I'm locking in. But if you want to do just stuff with us, you can just keep giving you new projects. An exclusivity fee to me sounds just like pre-ordering a bunch of work from you, then you don't work with anyone else. Yeah, I might just stick with a few clients. If you're worried about a lack of work from canceling things, we'll just give you more to do. Newcomes are exciting, but I'm so tired, she says. Why doesn't she just up her prices, like by a lot, so she gets less comms, but she gets more money from them? Maybe that's my fear. If you want to think over more what you're looking for, we can talk about it. Wait, where was this? Hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every comp that's not Cinder related, would you pay? And then he's responding to that saying, by this, did you mean for us to pay you to cancel other projects? Yeah, just a silly thought. Honestly, Nano is not doing herself any favor wording it like that. Just say you want an exclusivity deal. I mean, how many projects are there? If you were to cancel those projects, we'd probably just pay you for other things to do instead. But not like, just pay for you to cancel them. Lol. Unless it was Silver! No way he said that! Bro, this is so fucking bad. But also, guys, when you are negotiating with your employers or other things, like, be firm and be clear about what you want. Don't be like, people shy, ooh, woo. I used to do that, and like, my boss would be like, Rima, just tell me what you want. Like, people get annoyed too. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details needed to be figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay for her to cancel on 6 other VTubers. I wasn't going to pay Nano just to cancel other projects, except Silvervale, who I said as a joke. But if she chose to cancel them herself, we'd help her replace the income with our own stuff. But basically, wasn't he asking her earlier to cancel on somebody, but for free? So I think she's just like, I'm gonna start asking for money for this. But this is bad. And I get why also Red is saying no to this, because it would look so bad if he said yes to this. I chose to leave the list of names uncensored here, so these people know exactly how and why their models were cancelled, since it was falsely blamed on me and Red. Edda! Thank you so much for the YouTube raid! Welcome, Edda viewers! I hope you guys had a great stream. We're just going over the Nanoless part of the Cinder document marathon. Yeah, so I chose to leave the list of names uncensored here, so these people know exactly how and why their models were cancelled, since it was falsely blamed on me and Red. Well, besides Silver, which he says he was joking, but I guess it's another one of his half jokes. Fair, honestly, she responds. I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. How much do you have besides our stuff? Cinder is who mostly uses my work. Up Caddy, Mousy, Giga, Mousy again, Zen, Fufu, and Megalodon. Wow. How much did you want us to pay to cancel everything, lol? Dude, that's gonna cost a fortune! Besides, this entire conversation is making me uncomfortable. Besides censor name, they are all fairly enough far to not screw with any plans, so I'm pretty sure it's okay to cancel all of them. I can't cancel redacted name, but I think she's gonna get pretty upset. Nano wanted us to pay for her to cancel. Yeah, but Kitsu, it's like, it's a joke, hee, unless Nano wanted us to pay for her to cancel these 7 commissions to other people. If we were to pay her the price of them just to cancel them, it would cost us $40,000 to $50,000. Okay, that is crazy. Wait, how much is that in Monopoly dollars? That is $70,000 Canadian. Why? Yeah, why not just ask for an exclusivity deal like a normal people? Canadian money isn't real, silly. Yes. No, it is weird. To be fair, I think if you were just to focus on Cinder and your own content plus drawing art again for Twitter Patreon, it would be good. Says that's my dream. I just don't know if you'd be making the same money doing all of these model comps. I miss doing illustrations. I can always cry on censored name for extra cash, I guess. Legal Mindset said Cinder and Red could be held for torturous interference charges with what people saw before. I don't think this document would shake his opinion at all. Torturous interference. For Silvervale and Spite, for sure. For the other ones, in like if we bring this in a court of law, I think it would lack evidence. What do you mean they do? I don't know what we're responding to anymore. Like, the thing is that there's a lot of things that, like, we can't, like, that we can't prove, and that they can't prove either. I need to see a VTuber court as a TV show. That'd be sick. That'd be sick, Sayu. I don't know how it would work if they would take Nano to court over Bao? Over torturous interference? I feel like the document proves manipulation. I don't know how manipulation goes into... I have no idea how that is tried with torturous interference. I feel like that's another thing that I don't know how it works. So I can't wait in on this. Okay. I wonder who she's referring to here, that she could always cry on this person's shoulder for extra cash, I guess. Like, we'll give you all the work we can. Oh no, I don't mean to monopolize Cinder. There's so many good artists too. No, that's not what I meant, but we'll still try to give you all the work we can plan/afford. Like, yes, we'll still work with other artists on things. This is hard to explain, lol. For instance, we won't just do models and starting screen artwork, we can do more art or other things, merch art, gamer subs work, obviously. Don't worry, I get it. Focusing on Cinder and her own content was Nano's dream. I told her we'd give her everything we could, but warned I didn't know she'd be making the same money as she would from these model commission. Don't worry, I get it. Okay, good. Yeah, I will keep the GC stuff too. You could make the Cinder Duyan. I forgot that was a thing, so let's see. Is censored name the only one on the list you started already? Just censored name, but just did the sketch and didn't even decide it yet. But she's been calling me mom publicly already. So what do you want to work on? I'm canceling shit, I need my freedom. I asked Nano what she wanted to work on, she decided to cancel everything herself. Shaking my head. I gotta put myself at first, people say. Red, should I cancel? Censored, say yes or no and I'll do it. I just need a voice. I won't blame you for anything. Yeah, but I'll have to live with that. Fuck, okay, I will. Wait, no, that's not how I meant what I meant. That's my own response, not yours. You don't say what I gotta do. I'm a free woman. In a perfect world, what would you be working on, Nano? Hashtag side note, collab tomorrow. Waiting to hear from... Censored name, but everyone else is down. Monday, September. Okay, I'm free. I canceled so many stuff. What did you cancel? I was gonna say you should at least keep some censored names. Because that's good advertising for you. The rest could go. Maybe it's mousy. No, I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Did you cancel this whole list? Nano cancelled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time. Like she told me 2 months earlier, leading up to cancelling with Bao. I'm doomed, I love it. Honestly, I would cancel my next model if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Yeah, okay, but I feel like these out of context, I mean, that's not the vibe I got from these messages. Did you cancel this whole list? Yep, no regrets, honestly. Okay, well, are you gonna cancel our plans now? Bye-bye. Okay, bye. I feel so light. This is our new schedule. Is this still okay? Yes. Nana was more than able to make her own business decision and cancel projects herself, just like in November 2023, all without me allegedly manipulating her. I mean, this looks really bad on Nano's part. I think this is the most damning part of the document so far that I've read. We're just on page... Stop reminding me what page we're on! In her own TOS, Nano says that she can cancel anything she's already agreed to or started on at any time for any reason. She still lied that these cancellations were all because of us. A month after... Did the initial doc say that everything that she cancelled was because of them? A month after my one-on-one collab with Nano, I planned a collab with her, my model Rigger, and 2 of my model sisters. My model sisters were my friends, and not just the ones shown here. The claims that I tried to sabotage them or had anything against them or any of my other friends due to working with Nano or having her art is blatantly untrue. In my apology, I said Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debuts and looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. Here are another 2 collabs I planned with 2 model sisters above. The fact we both had Nano models was celebrated between us. Here are some... Hey, that's the girl from One Piece, no? Here are my conversations with each of them about their new models with Nano. I left this conversation uncensored. Torturous interference would not work given Nano approached them for this exclusivity deal and cancelled Silvervale on their own, and the 6 others negotiating payment for it as the initiating party. Okay, thank you. That's also what I'm wondering. Did she ever claim that they made them cancel everything? I have to go back and read the Nanoless doc again. Like, for sure, the girly pops, like the ones that did Google Docs. Hi Buff, Nano's model is looking so good, I can't wait to see it rigged. I'm so excited. She said she was working on yours earlier, so siblings. Hell yeah, she made the art for my current model too. She's so nice to work with. I'm happy to see more from her. Cute, I'm excited to see more from her. Do you have a date planned? Not yet, I'm thinking about late July. Same, I'm aiming for mine to be mid-late July, but I'm doing a lot of traveling before that, so I'm rushing to get things done right now. You got this. Likewise, I have heard a lot of potential July debuts, so maybe August is a good choice. I'd also love to plan something fun after we're done being busy with debut stuff and we can show off our models together. Oh my god, yes, that would be so cute. Nano's sister, can't wait to see everything a model can do to your debut. Oh my god, thank you, I can wait to see yours too. Did she stream yours or not? It's top secret, but there's a teaser. Okay, wait. This is... Insert... bookmark. This is our bookmark. We're gonna go back to the Nanoless part. I wanted to... That wasn't a long doc. Okay, no, it was a long doc. to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. I do not wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's back to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. So this section is on slandering, exclusivity, and blacklisting other creators. In the messages below, they mention wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, but rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only if anyone asked me for commissions. They'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This is a conversation that they've had later. And you know what? I lost my bookmark. Wait, I have an idea. It worked. I got the bookmark. And that conversation happened in 2024. They would guarantee me work model for Cinder only if anyone asked me for commissions. They'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editors, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. The messages below show that their primary concern is that more non-Cinder models I make. Yeah, okay, we know that. Following screenshots of them setting up a blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits for VTuber 1 specifically, and justifying those things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Cinder somehow will become less special. The idea that my work as an artist is that... yeah, we've read that. Okay. If we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? So, like, this conversation is being rehashed in 2025. Maybe you can share some of your ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, I got some ideas for this. I'm driving, what are you thinking? So ask help from my friend. They don't know it's you, don't worry. It's a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earning. Also, how long would this be? And discounts for models I'm already working on. Well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and not make any new models outfit with censored name again. You'll still be... I don't remember which one was Cottonvale, which one was Silver here. You'll still be able to work on other models' outfit with all your other existing babies. What about... we can pay redacted name for you, and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of models work. I think this year, right now, but don't work with not at all. Models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with redacted name or redacted name before. We also have another GS label for you too, and then the AFK. There's specific names being requested here. There's a monthly fee, so it's a different setup than the first time they discussed it. It's more like an exclusivity thing. What is that, a number that's being redacted here? And you don't... yeah, it is. And you don't have to discount for the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of work. Rat is that Charlie writes Nano Google log because Nano always uses but Charlie used and Nano says in Discord her doc is really worded. Nano says in Discord her doc is oh, okay, you mean like she uses the other and in her Discord a lot and her doc is weirdly worded. Another example of speaking ill of other contributors after I was working with Shy Lily. Wait, I use this and all the time. Am I shy, Lily? When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me and that somehow justified their action. Basically what I'm looking for right now is if she said that they tried to make her cancel all of her models. But so far, I think they only try to make her cancel specific people. Below, I wanted to push back and make clear I was uncomfortable in being dragged into drama, and they respond bringing up more drama and baseless claim, all while trying to guilt trip me. It is ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to on multiple occasions mention other people's alleged drama. Cinder just wanted to say sorry for saving back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize. Just wanted to know I still love working with you in Red Ball, and so if things doesn't work out because no, just love my client, that's all. I get it, Nano. It was unfair to push this on you, but it's really confusing going back and forth about it. And then, okay, so they talk about Silvervale. I mean, Nano did participate in this a lot. I haven't gotten to 2025 in the doc yet. So, okay, my brain is really starting not to work here. What were we doing? Yeah, we were looking if it was about the other models. Consider my work and models as a team. Another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside him makes my work less special. This is a conversation we've read in the doc. We went through that. Okay. Then she's like, this is Red speaking on Cinder's behalf. I wasn't sure about it, so I went to check with Cinder, and Cinder was of the same mind. It's simply business. Damage control. Making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers and all is kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and shall not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light. Note that the uncalled shot at VTuber 1 is even spoilered, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. The constant obsession with VTuber 1. It feels like by 2025, Nano had a shift in how she perceived them, and she was more categoric about not being one to be dragged into drama. Whereas before, it looked like she was playing along a lot more. Okay, so I did read this fast. And if I'm wrong, somebody can point it out, or we can correct it in the next stream. But it doesn't seem like she claimed that. Fuck. What was the initial claim? Oh my god, that they wanted to cancel all the list. No, it doesn't seem like Nanoless accused them of making her cancel this entire list with Giga, Mousy, Obikati, Fufu, Megalodon, and Zen. But she did accuse them of the few VTubers that they named. I'm dying right now. Yeah, Nanoless canceled her own list. From her own accord. She did try asking money for it first. She was like, I'm gonna cancel this anyway. You know, it doesn't hurt to try. If she can get 70,000 Monopoly dollars for it, might as well. Oh my god, you're so true. Seems like she dodged a bullet. All that V-social work probably wouldn't have been paid for. No, you're wrong, because they're paying everybody but their talents, apparently. Specifically the blacklisting. I would try that too. No fucking way. Gas. That's so funny. I would try that too. True. Yeah, this Google Doc is my final boss. Somebody said that in the comment section. And I find this an alluring rat. New rat is that Cinder made this doc to kill all Dramatubas. Okay, we were there, I think. Hyping up Bao. This is Yoklesh. Bless you, girl. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate you so much. I do, Hika. I'm already thinking about my next vacation. There are some really good ideas. You literally fueled my brain right now. I'm gonna see what I can do, and hopefully I can do cute artsy shorts, maybe. Maybe with my re-debut. I'll be lucky I have someone reaching out to me too. The markers and clips are such a good idea. Why did I never think of that? You literally give me creative consult for free right now. I PayPal you later. Although I can pay you in spoilers instead, maybe. I'll be your sister. Cinder's like, Nano baby, even more hype. But for real, we gotta look out for each other. This job is tough, man. I'm just happy to help if I can. And if you ever want to just chill out and vibe again, I'm always down, baby. I love sharing my knowledge. It is your baby sister. No, they're encouraging each other. That's cool. Yes, 1000% full-blood sisters. Typing intensifies. Thank you. I'm so happy. Honestly, this is gonna be my very first new bottle since my debut back in 2021. I know how long and hard you've been working on this. I'm so happy it's finally. Is Cinder just putting like all these pages of her like hyping up Yoklesh to like kill me? I'm sorry to think that, because it doesn't. This could have been just one screenshot of, yeah, you got this, and I would have gotten the point. I don't need to read 10 pages of VTubers flirting with each other. What day is your birthday? So I cleared that day in my calendar. In this case, it's the big debut day. Yeah, this is a One Piece filler episode. We were into the main arc earlier, now we're in a filler. Thank you, my love. I've been working hard. Gonna have something else instead of a lore video. I'm doing so much behind the scenes. I'm losing all my hair, so I hope it'll be worth it. It's on the 19th of April. Thank you, your support, girl. I love you. Hell yeah, you got this. More music, perhaps. You're literally the sweetest. I love seeing my friends' success and be happy and cool stuff. Perhaps. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying this. You deserve the world, honestly. I'll be your hype gal any day. I love you so much. Been wanting to reach out more often since I feel like sometimes we get focused on this job that everything can seem like a networking or work, and it's hard to just have normal friend conversations sometimes. So I'd love to start getting to know you better. Vacation fun ride so far. Thank you, Mithrian. I appreciate it. I'll be your hype gal any day. I love you so much. Oh no, I've already read that. I'm the same way, but I'm hoping that it helps us feel a little less overwhelmed. I had a bit of a crisis about everything last week, Lamau, but I'm feeling a lot better. Feels good to not be the only one who feels like this, but I'm sad that my friends feel like that. Same here. I always get angry like, bitch, what the fuck you talking about? You're amazing, while feeling the exact same as them. I'm just a constant self-doubt that one has, but it feels like it's coming and going. It's normal. I assume I just like an artist hating their own art because they're currently able to analyze better and seeing the mistakes, but the skilled hands haven't caught up with the mind yet. Kinda, you know what I mean. It's probably similar with content creation. Cinder says, we all say not to compare yourself. Yes, yet we do it anyway, but what really matters is that we all support each other. I agree. You have a good heart, girl. Thank you for talking to me. I admire you. Let's hang out soon. Maybe we can also include redacted names since it sounds like she's been a little down lately. Girls' night. Yeah, I would love to. I wanted to show you my new debut. Any plan for a collab after a debut? And here's to a stream where I supported my model sister Buff Buff game development because she was my friend. Yada yada. This is meant to showcase that she's a— I don't doubt that she was a good friend. Like, obviously she had some good qualities. She's not like all bad. People have layers to them, different shades of gray. So yeah. Like, she had a lot of friends at one point. So I don't mind. I don't doubt that she was nice to them. Otherwise, nobody would have been friends with her. 50 shades to be exact. Onions have layers too. Okay, Shrek. Yeah, she's not a monster. She's just human. She took some wrong choices. I agree. Little Tummy is so good. So glad to have you doing art with almost 1,000 viewers. Now you just have to use your mic. Team Cinder is Team Nano. Oh god. If you want to draw just general art or Cinder on stream and use it for Patreon, you can. We'll definitely help advertise. Got rated by Censor Name and others too, though. Still, you're keeping people there. Doesn't matter if you got rated. What matters is how many people stay. And just putting a light deadline on the Angel model, plus all the toggles, etc., minus the After Effect part and the Demon Pyro Power logo on October 14. I'm not sure how raid numbers work. Okay, we'll have them done until there. As for the model, I pretty much just need the arm toggles to be done. Don't forget the mask too. And if you have these done sooner, then great. Maybe we can fit a Cinder Halloween thing you can stream, just like for fun art, not for Gamer Sup or a debut. I will need to finish the comp first though. Right, that's what I said, like if the comp stuff is done. She says my brain is limited. And then he says the angel art plus redacted name art could wait until November, like start of the month. I don't know why this is redacted, because it doesn't sound like a V to somebody else's name. Unless he is talking about somebody else. Why would he redact his own, their own like model concept? So it's probably somebody else's name. Never mind. Okay, we love nano art. Love you guys. Me with nano art. It's like a feral emote. A feral Numi emote. What the fuck is this shit? This is so cursed. I really feel involved with you guys. Also with Gamersub. That redacted name scares me. Ah. We'll get used to it. I feel like the old man Batman in this. It's all just so high school. I thought we left all that shit in those prisons, but apparently not. High school follows you forever. I have a lot of... I guess this is why they call the VTuber community high school. Hey Red, I'm a bunch of redacted words. I wanted to focus on my well-being, so just wanted to let you know in case I don't handle things. Thank you for the heads up, Nano. Do you think you'll still be able to do the projects we have? I might be fine if we get 1 per month, 2 at max. Okay, so this month we can do the angel art and next month the label art. Then start 3.0 whenever you're ready. If that works for you, invoice is sent. She says thank you. Yes, no, I agree. It's the entire entertainment industry. But I'm getting a lot of comments lately on my main YouTube channel of people just being like, I don't watch VTubers. I don't know what the fuck any of these people are. I'm just here for the tea. And I think that's so funny. These are the funniest comments. They're just like, I don't know where I am. I just spawned here. But I love it. One of my brand new model sisters organized a nano model sister collab with me and another one of our model sisters. I was happy to agree to it and also streamed it myself. Red sent Nano a picture of us together. This was the one we found out about in February on our IRL trip. Redacted says, babies! Picture of all of them together. Nano says, this is the cutest! It's a collab. Yeah, it's happening right now. And it's a chain together collab with Buff Bup and actually I don't know this VTuber with the glasses. This is another example of how Nano was treated by Red. I don't think I can do the hair. What happened? We're doing preps for moving next week, then Christmas prep. Well, that sounds good. Congrats. Thank you. I'll send pics when we get there. Y'all been a huge part of it anyway. You think you'll have time to sketch the short hair so we can figure out a design for it? Oh, another thing, Nano. When do you think you could start and finish a bunch of redacted words after your move? I'll say on the 16th. I can start earlier if I get the time for it. Cinder 3.0 will be NDA? Yeah, I think all the projects on the list are. Okay, I'm sorry. Nano, you're a superstar. I think she's asking if they're NDAs so she can stream them or not. Or, you know, or not allowed to talk about it properly. I never followed up with Nano about the short hair design I was talking about since it wasn't a big deal. You are a superstar. Actually, one I can't. If you didn't win, I was gonna riot. I mean, all nominees were huge. Who are the secret models? A bunch of redacted words, been done for a long time. After Nano won her VTuber award, she posted an image of her current and upcoming models. She told me who these 3 models were, with one being for one of the people Cinder praised Nano to. We won Parent of the Year with it. I want to show every model I've done so far. Guess I'll keep burfing. Here are my own messages with Nano after she won VTuber Parent of the Year. This is making me sleepy. Well, this is the Rima ASMR, so you know, just grab a blanket. Nano, oh my god, holy shit, congrats, you won VTuber Parent of the Year, I'm so proud of you, best mama ever. Ah, Cinder, thank you, I'm so proud, mama. Crying emo, thank you so much, Cinder. I wasn't for my incredible babies, I would never win. More crying peoples. I always vouch for you, Nano to the moon. Dinner's on you today. Cinder says fine, I guess. That's a cute combo. Another conversation between Red and Nano. As you can see over the course of their messages, Nano's worked with many other people besides us and was never a problem. Red often praised her work regardless of but I mean, sorry for the cough in the mic. Well, again, I mean, we just looked at the Nanoless thing and it's not about the exclusivity thing, it's because they wanted an exclusivity contract but didn't want to pay for it, so she had a problem with that. And then the other thing is about blacklisting specific creators. So again, even if I totally believe Cinder here that she's not discouraging Nano from taking these other clients, she's supporting them. But that's not the claim Nano is doing in her document. She's talking about they wanted her to blacklist specific creators. And that is true so far. Nano bringing up the cancellation fee though, that is fucking weird. I've never heard of a cancellation fee that somebody else has got to pay besides the client. Like that blows my mind. Another conversation between Red and Nano. As you can see over the course of their messages, Nano's worked with many other people beside us, and it was never a problem. Red often praised her work regardless of who she was working with. Merry late Christmas, Nano. I hope you're feeling better. I wanted to check in on your work schedule and stuff. Hello, Merry Christmas. I'm still working on the Cinder label, getting a few days of rest after moving and sickness. No worries, not a big rush. We got a lot of other things we can start working on after you're feeling better. Do you have a lot of work outside of Cinder work at the moment? Just 2 projects, nothing that will slow me down, I believe. What are they? Are you working on your own stuff again? Redacted words? Oh yeah, my personal stuff, but this can just be done whenever I have time. Okay, cool. Whip. They talk so much about other people's projects. Like I literally am very close with my video editors at this point because we've been working together for years. Like we are very close. And we've been through stuff together that's brought us even closer, and we've never discussed another client. Like, sometimes I'll ask them, like, yo, are you working on a bunch of stuff right now? Because I gotta slot this project in at one point. I want to know when you're gonna be free, or I want to be able to line up with you because my script isn't ready yet. So if you're telling me that you're only free in 2 weeks, then I don't need to rush. But we've never, like, spoken about other names. Never. Forgot to say, keep that in mind, that Nanoless was overworked and had too many comms. Also, yeah, those comments are funny. How hot is the tea, sis? XOXO. Red says, my message wishing Nanoluck was about this, and it was her applying for being Mori Calliope's outfit designer. Yeah, exactly, Sayu. I've never spoken about anyone else's project with people I work with. Maybe small, cute hints here and there, but not outright. Yeah, exactly. I doubt she messaged anyone yet. I'm saying good luck on her picking you. Ah, okay, thank you. Nano, besides the not safe for work model stuff, how do you feel about drawing hentai? I guess just not safe for work hentai. I'm pretty normal about it. As in, you're okay with it, lol? Or, like, would you want us to give you that kind of calm over something like merch? Yeah, I used to draw a lot. Gotta use our nano time wisely. Oh, models are a priority, though. I'm fine with any of them. I trust you guys using me. Okay, we can start on the next outfit once Redacted Words is done. And after that, 3.0. The next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Red made their exclusivity deal. Okay, now we're finally... Wait... I'm confused because this date, is this a typo? 1924, artist number 1 message Reg to pitch their idea, but the screenshots are 2025. It's gotta be a typo, right? There was another person we were consistently working with that was artist number 1. They wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. There is more that happened with artist number 1 in Bow's and Silvervale section of the document. Oh! New tea? Did someone say hentai? We are not bringing back up the NTR discussion. It is a typo. Okay, thank you. Also, when you get some time, get some business to talk about. Got some business to talk about. And Brett says, what's up? Oh, okay, these are DMs with artist number 1, not with Nano. Okay, so given the past month of pretty much only work on Cinder stuff, the upcoming planned project of all kinds you had in mind, the workload forecast in general, I got me thinking and I wanted to pitch in an idea, a way for you to think about. It's not small, but I figure I'd float the idea your way and see what you think of it. He says, what do you think of changing the way we do things from commission-based to something more in line with a permanent/salaried position? Since some of the concerns that were brought up before were surrounding availability and being able to clone myself, Lamau, I was thinking that this way I'd be able to guarantee 40 hours a week dedicated entirely to Cinder, as well as a flexible schedule and availability to match the needs of the team. The full range of my skill set would also be at the disposal of the team, so in addition to the core disciplines like animation rigging, VFX and that kind of stuff, I'd also help you out with stuff like project management, graphic design, merch photos, IT web devs, and basically whatever else I can do or needed. And since all the work done as a result would basically be in-house, there'd be no commercial rights or else tied to. Dude, see, I like the way this guy is proposing the exclusivity deal. That's the right way to do it. Is this the editor that was stolen by, quote-unquote, stolen by Bao? Or is this just somebody else? Obviously, no need to answer straight away. This is not by any means insignificant, so take the time needed to think about it. Well, give your price at least. Like, I feel like I would think about it. Depending on how much you would take. Red says, it's not an unreasonable ask. What would you be asking for a month's pay? I see, we're thinking the same way here. Like with our editor, we pay him month to month at a fixed amount. We'll give well, given the wide range of skills, background, extensive work experience, I was thinking something potentially in the range of barred out number a month. I'm also open to negotiate. He says I'll talk to Cinder about it. Oh, it's somebody else? Okay. Artist number 1 message read the next morning about our video editor and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to the competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor. We'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. I'm confused. This is artist number 1. His message read the next morning about their video editor and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity. Isn't that what we're already talking about? Okay, whatever. I was wondering, the editor you have on payroll, do you have some sort of non-compete exclusivity agreement with them? For example, assuming it's redacted, he can only edit for you and Bao or something. It is redacted, and with him, it's kind of just a spoken agreement thing. We offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. But yeah, it's just us and Bao. Okay, I was asking because I had some time to think about our convo yesterday, reflecting on competitiveness in the field and staying at the top, brought on by the redacted name bit, and I thought that in the event we do work something out, I'd be willing to offer some sort of VTuber non-compete / exclusivity policy on some type of the work I do. So for example, things that are pretty unique to Cinder, such as the model VFX work or the... Is he doing patents? Or the bunch of censored words I'd only do exclusively for Cinder. That's something Cinder and I were thinking about too. We didn't really get to talk about it much though. So, okay, so in the first messages, he just wants a permanent salaried position. Then after that, he wants to add a exclusivity fee, but he's also offering specific things for it. I actually like the way this artist negotiates. He's professional, he's clear about what he wants, and he's very clear about what he's going to offer. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano has suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to artist number 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. In my apology, I said we had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other works. This was wrong for us to push into her, and it was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. What I should have said was negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not make models or outfit for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have had more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. And I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. And also for spite, no? This is this is what I said about Silvervale in my apology in regards to this exclusivity deal. Fuck my life, how is there still 40 pages left? So, at the point I was working with Nano consistently, we brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if you no longer look alike or have the shared similarity. It was wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better. And that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, but no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I didn't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano or that Red pushed harder for this, other than being overly apologetic. Really, Red only had any meaningful conversation about Silver with Nano in May and July of 2023. And 2 situations that involved her in November 2023 and January of 2025. there was only one. I mean, you just cited 4 instances, but like whatever. I'm too tired to argue at this point. There was only one specific creator who were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering project with, not an entire list. It was overly apologetic here, saying we were pursuing her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when talking about exclusivity deal, which he did. The only projects Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers was the only name Red and I discussed. I was overly apologetic here and saying we were pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when talking about exclusivity, which he did. You know what I'm starting to think? And this is like kind of a speculation, but like I think when she first saw this, she might have been shocked, but then she spoke to Red and he was like, no, but look, I never pressured her. Look, she's saying it herself. Look, I never said those exact words. And now she's like, oh no, I was being overly apologetic. We were not pressuring her. There was no pressure. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when we talked about exclusivity, which he did. I don't know. Or maybe not. I don't know. Just ignore that. It's a crazy... It's Auntie's rambling. As for the exclusivity, where artists on Marone and I only agreed that we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. They didn't though. No, they definitely pressured her. Yeah, yeah. For the Silver stuff, I feel like I already explained it twice, Caddock. So, it's like November 17, no? When he tells her about the model bebes. Yo, thank you, Fiznam. I'm hoping we can get wrapped up in the next 30 minutes. He tells her about the whole too many models, nano models is like too many is not as worthwhile. And then I can't speak right now, sorry. But it's like, and then after that she talks to Cinder and she's like, yo, I'm concerned about this. How do you feel about this? Because I canceled these models because of this reason. And then she posts a screenshot. And the screenshot literally happens 1 hour when she's talking to Red. It happens 1 hour before she canceled the model with Silvervale. So to claim that there was no influence, that there was no pressure here, I mean, doesn't it just check out? And this is like without, we're not even going through all the times where he's kind of applying pressure for various reasons. The deal was their own, then canceling work prior to said deal even being announced, on top of confessing to being overloaded with work and wanted to drop them. That does not seem like pressuring. Then on confessing to being overloaded with work, she confessed to him though, to be overloaded with work. It's kind of like, look, It's kind of like when a girl keeps getting hit on by a dude and she just wants to get him off his back. So she's gonna say whatever. She'll give him a fake number, whatever, or no, I'm too busy. I'm focusing on my career right now. And then after that, well, yeah, obviously she lied. But after that, she goes to Cinder and she says that the reason why she cancelled was because of what Red told her. So for Nano, this directly influenced her decision. Now you could argue, okay, but Nano, you know, she should have put her foot down, whatever, but this is how she sees it. Oh, but the asking to be paid to cancel those comms, that's later. That's for the list. Yeah, okay, we're talking about different stuff. Yeah, we're talking about different stuff then. Because the list... Yeah, I am breaking my brain. The list, the seven clients that were cancelled, that was all Nanoless's fault. That's on her. But that's also not part of the Nano accusations here. So I don't know... I don't even know why they're debunking that in the document. And yeah, for the Silvervale doc, she does go back to picking it up again. So, because she said, oh, I want to do it. And I hope Cinder isn't... I don't want to disrespect Cinder, though. Is it okay if I pick back up the silver model? There's two different instances we're talking about. There's the Silvervale model instance, and then there's the 7 client list instance, and these are two different instances. So I think we're either not talking about the right one, the same one. I'm just confused now. But Kadok, if you're in our Discord and in the Rats channel, we do talk about it. They're better and it's more apt for a back and forth discussion. Yeah. I went over the Silvervale bit, like explanation twice, I think. This was just because, like, you know, there's a lot of people in chat. I just don't want to be only responding to one person because it's not fair for everybody. In November 23, she said she dropped Silver because of Red, but wanted to work on her model, didn't want to disrespect Cinder, and didn't want to be in the drama. It's an issue because the Nanodoc paints Cinder as the primary reason for her cancelling. Cinder's response is refuting that by saying that she's not the reason for this cancelled model. Your comment doesn't have enough precisiveness to be correct. As the primary reason for cancelling who? Are you talking about everybody, every single client? Because Nanoless document never states that. She only states that they wanted an exclusivity deal, but they didn't want to pay for it. And secondly, that they were blacklisting other creators, so specific creators. And then there's like maybe 3 or 4 names that are barred out. So the list of 7 creators that Nanoless asked for a fee to cancel, that wasn't part of the Nanoless initial accusations. And yeah, also censoring other creators and shit, but like I didn't get into these other sections because we're just on that one section. Okay, I'm gonna keep on reading. And you guys can keep arguing together in chat. And if you still want to debate, then you can debate in Discord after too. And you know, everybody can make their points there. This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day. And it's also fine if everybody, like, you know, disagrees, and if you have different opinions, that's totally fine. You can keep talking. Y'all can keep talking. Okay. This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement, without my involvement. Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs, and not in our project server chat where all three of us were. The quotes from my apology above refer to this deal they made. In Nano's and Bao's document, this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. This was the second of 4 total times with 3 different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with some... Wait. This was the second out of 4 total times with 3 different artists that I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. In this instance, it was in the negotiations for an exclusivity deal. But if it's an exclusivity deal, shouldn't you just not work with anybody else and not just specific people? Nano, would you be able to open to some kind of model exclusivity deal? And are you planning on taking on more new kids? I don't mind taking it, just not sure how to make it a fair deal. I have some ideas, but what do you think you need to make it work for you? Yeah, I have no idea. I've never been in this situation. Yeah, I mean, like, if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? Maybe you can share one of your ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, so I got some ideas for this, I guess. And Red says, I was driving. What are you thinking? Okay, so ask help from my friends. They don't know it's you, don't worry. So monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings, and also how long would this be, and if this counts for models I already worked on. Well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and to make any new model's outfit with Silvervale again. Would you still be able to work on models / outfit with all of your other existing babies? Oh, okay, so their idea of an exclusivity deal is just for she can keep working with other clients that she already has, just not new one, and they want to blacklist Silvervale, basically. What I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Cinder and I agreed to, not taking on any brand new model clients and not to make any more models or outfits with Silvervale. Existing model clients and artwork commission wouldn't be affected. This was so Nano would have more time to focus on our projects, and was the only other time since November 2023 that I ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models the more they were. I wanted to preserve the value of existing Nano models like Cinder's, and the more models Nano accepted, the more recurrent clients she'd have, meaning she'd have less time for any project we may ask her for. Models were the most time-consuming thing she did. We never considered including and cutting off any Nano's existing model clients, since many of them were our friends. Besides Silver, Cinder has always been supportive of anyone who's debuted a model by Nano. Well, I think the main thing we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and to not make any new model outfits with Silvervale. Again, you'll still be able to work on model outfits with all your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. One of our concerns is that more Nano babies means Nano models won't have the same value anymore. And second is that there are a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up at all is that there's been a lot of bias with another one of our partner with certain creators, and we'd rather these creators not have what makes Cinder unique, which is your artwork. Just drama, she says. And then she's like, may I know who these people are? Silver, Bow, and Cotton. Wait. And second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. And then she asks, who are those people? And he says Silver, Bow, and Cotton. She says, yeah, I have Bow on my list. Well, then I brought up this conversation too late. It's okay, Nano. You don't need to make any changes. Are you sure? I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder doesn't want to. Yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which is explained in her section. And I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. So wait, what is his argument here? What is the defense? Because he just admitted that this is like the second out of 4 times with 3 different artists that he's asked for anybody to not work with somebody else. And then after that, he's like, well, I don't want you to work with Silver, Bow, and Cotton. I thought he was angling to say that he never asked her to not work with her friend, just Silver. I like that it implies that what makes Cinder purely unique is Nano's artwork. Well, they do at least put her on a pedestal. I mean, it's gotta be flattering to a certain degree. Oh, I didn't finish reading this. And yeah, I have Bao on my list. Okay, she's like, oh shit, too late. Yeah, but... And then she says, are you sure I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder doesn't want to? And then he says, yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus none of this can leave our chat. He knows this looks bad. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her. I already read that. Okay, yeah, to go even, which is explained in her section. I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend, because I knew she was on Nano's waiting list in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Cinder, and Cinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bao. But if I was going to make a deal with Nano, then I wanted to try to include Bao at the very least. Including their name here was entirely on me. And this is in January 15. He was living with Cinder then. But there is still a benefit of the doubt to be had as to whether or not he did hide this from Cinder or if he did not communicate it with her. Then he says, I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. The last time I heard she had Cotton down for a model was when she cancelled it in 2023. And I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist after Nano cancelled on her first time in August, since that was the last time Nano mentioned it. Okay, I don't care about this part, Red. You're making up excuses. I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her to-do list again, so I said it was fine to leave things as they were when Nano revealed it to me. I did feel bad about the idea of Nano cancelling on Bao a second time, even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, and I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure, and said she's not down to work with people Cinder didn't want her to. Cinder only agreed to Nano about Silvervale, and did not agree with me about Bao. Before this, I was using we and our like I would in any conversation with any of our partners, but if Nano was okay with what she wanted, I made sure to tell her how we both felt. In an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao, I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. And it was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong of me to do so. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancies on Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano's and Bao's document. I knew about what happened with Cotton. I wish we had the side-by-sides here. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend, and I distanced myself from her because of it, but I absolutely did not agree that it was a good reason for Red to involve her. This is Cinder speaking now. What happened had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red described to Nano below was this incorrect theory about Bao making her editor, Sacramore, go exclusive with her because oh no, it's this whole thing. The Boss Rush music video he made. I knew he felt this way in December, but I never agreed with him and he held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did. Hello from Depression Nuzagi stream. Hello, Snacko Mouse. Yeah, I gotta do a stream with Nuzagi soon. Of course. Plus none of this can leave our chat. Of course, she says. I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for a second time. Then Red says, well, with Silver, she's given a lot of bias and priority at Gamer Sub. Sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it, and plus she's gone 3D lately. Cotton hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. Do we want to do like a side-by-side? This is the part here that we're reading, no? I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. And then it's like she shows this next paragraph here. And Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better, being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore, he does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MV editors, the one that I did the Boss Rush music video, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like, model art is the most important thing that's a VTuber entire image. Again, this is all secret talk. And then this part, I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. And that part was left out, and then his response was left out too. Well, oh no, it wasn't, it was just her part. Well, we love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Okay, but like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor, and the song flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We have managed to have him squeeze the Boss Rush MV between his work with Bao. He says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next MV project. Boss Rush song blew up and he's credited as the editor. I asked him when he's free to do the next project, and all of a sudden he changed his mind and is only working with Bao going forward, no explanation. Let me tell you the tea. This is Red's comments. My comment about Silvervale and GamerSup was based on our personal opinion about things we saw. Silver using her 3D model predominantly at a time was one way we justified asking Nano this. I didn't say anything about Cinder's insecurity about comparisons between them, but Cinder talked to Nano about it when Nano went to her about canceling our agreement. I mean, but they had already talked shit about Silver in 2023, no? So she knew about this. My message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself. The message about Cotton? Oh yeah, the fact that he didn't want her to work with Cotton because of another friend drama. And would let her say to me, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's message saying, I'd rather work for Cinder than Bao, don't worry. Being Cinder's mom means a lot to me, were removed as well, and this was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her, instead of it being me responding to what she said, like what actually happened. But I don't get it. How does that change a lot? Of course she likes working with Cinder more. Why wouldn't she not want to work with Cinder more? I mean, she probably removed that because she felt self-conscious about this or she thought it looked bad, but... I mean, even if it's there, I don't see how it looks bad. Am I misunderstanding something? And the Cotton drama, I mean, why would she remove that? I don't see how this benefits her. This she probably removed because she thought it looked bad on her. But... But isn't it obvious that she would rather work with Cinder than Bao? Because, like, I think it looks bad on her. I think it looks bad on her because she removed a screenshot and people, like I said earlier, when they find one discrepancy, they're like, throw the whole thing away! This is like the level 1 reasoning somebody does. But then you look at it and I'm like, this doesn't change anything. He's like, his response to this comment, his response is one line. We love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. And then he goes back to shit-talking Bao. How is that changing the context out of everything? And honestly, I would rather Cinder fucking remove some screenshots from this doc. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. Honestly, Nanoless shouldn't have removed that message because it doesn't even fucking make her look bad. Now that she removed it, it looks worse. But in theory, I don't see how these two lines make her look bad. And the Cottontail stuff, I mean, this is not even to her advantage, so it's somebody else's drama. It looks better on red that she removed it, so I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something. It does, because she made it look like she would have loved working with Bao instead of canceling Bao on her own volition. Oh, you mean in her initial accusations? Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulated me into thinking it is okay since she has many connections, and she'll be fine anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. And it was and is upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. This is the bit where he, like, checks back on her for time. And in this bit... In a message below, they mentioned one exclusivity contract. This felt very strange, and one of the accusations was made over in the editor. The message below showed their primary concern is that the more non-Cinder models I make, the less valuable my existing model become. Following a screenshot is one of them setting up the blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits. And then he asked for Bow, Cotton, and Silvervale. And then she has to choose between the exclusivity deal with Cinder or working with these creators. And she's like, well, I'd rather work with Cinder. Okay, I get what you're saying now, Kitsu, I think. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano. This wasn't explained to Nano at the time, but it's explained in Bao's section. Plus, none of this can't leave our chat, and again, this is all secret thought was to keep this from everyone, including Cinder. I mean, it's convenient to add this part. I'm not saying it's false, I'm just saying it's convenient. Image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about Cotton edited out. She should have just censored it instead of editing it like that. Why not just censor the whole thing like you censored everything else? The image of the chat from Bao's document contained the message about Cotton. And in this part, it's not edited out. I think all of this kind of hinges on whether or not Red lied to her about the other creators that work with her. Like, it feels to me that Nano was down with everything that Cinder was doing, the exclusivity deal, and all of that, because she believed them. But then, perhaps, at one point, she finds out that one of the things that, you know, Red has been saying about one of these girls is not true, and then she starts inquiring about what other stuff could be not true. And then she figures out, how can I say this? She figures out she's been lied to. So, of course, this is going to change her perception of that. If, for example, you have no opinion on somebody, even you were excited to work with them back in 2023, and after talking to me, and I'm like shit talking, I'm like, and you really like me, you're like my best, you're like, I'm like your #1 client, and we're close, and I'm like, well, this person did that to me, and that slighted me. You would feel like you would like that person less, and you would trust what I said. Public perception is Cinder is a bad friend because she cancels and blacklists Bao. Nano cancel model and ask for exclusivity make that argument wrong. But are we debating the public perception or are we debating the initial accusations like showcased in the document? You would feel jaded to the person. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like if you go screenshot by screenshot, like if you do an analysis of each person that was blacklisted before and after Nanoless spoke to Red, you can see a distinctive shift in her opinion of them. So yes, of course she would pick Cinder there. 100%. Like it's not even... It's a given. Okay, but oh my, no, Kitsu, you're falling for it. Okay, but Red never said enemies. That was Nano's own conclusion. We also debunked that yesterday. He brings her to that conclusion. He never says the words. When Silver first was brought up, Nanoless is excited to work with Silver. And Silver, and even after she canceled the model with Silver, she asks to take it back. And then she says, I really want to do this. I feel like this would be so much better if I had like all the screenshots to show, but I don't feel like scrolling up and down right now. And then after she spoke, I'm going back and forth a bit. But then after she speaks to Red, and he tells her about the beef that she's had with Cinder, and then she's like, oh my god, I can't believe she did that. She's like, shit, this is big. And then she's like, I'm gonna protect Cinder from her enemies. And that's why but why did she come to the conclusion that Silvervale was an enemy? She didn't come to that conclusion on her own. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the... Yeah, it wasn't said, like he never called her an enemy, but it was definitely implied. She's trying to one-up us all the time. She's... I don't remember at this point. I feel like there was a few things. Now straight up says in regard to Bao, I do not care about Bao and Cotton. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Where? Which page? Oh, that's later in the doc. Okay. He did call Silver a bitch. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna read. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about Cotton, edited out. At the end of the day, it depends on what your definition of manipulation is, TBH. But to me, it's like... you take an abusive couple situation, and then it's like if the guy later on is doing the argument that's like, but look, she loved us. She loved me. Well, yeah, of course she loved you. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about Cotton edited out. Of course, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I... Okay, no, we've read that. And we've read that. All of a sudden, he changed his mind and is only working with Bao going forward, no explanation. There's some context missing since we know Bao is behind the scene, but basically we don't have an MV editor now for our next Bus Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original song last year that she locked him up so no one else could work with him. And then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, like a little announcement tweet. Oh shit, yeah, that's super weird. Anonymously in-house, as in I will never be credited publicly, and no one knows who does this work for Bao, and it's literally it. It literally reads like a hostage note. I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music video editor, Sacramore, from working with us on any other music videos. The other things I said about Bauer here were all non-issues that became a list of grievance after what I thought she did. There are more details about this in Bauer's section of the document. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it, and I was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed happened. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artists. I couldn't see what I thought happened make sense in any other way. Everything I said here I believed and was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because I know I was wrong. Nano was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Cinder. I asked to be anonymous since I'd like to separate from being known as a freelancer. No one does this. No one decides to do this on their own. This was 2 weeks after Bus Rush came out. Yeah, it's just pretty weird. And now she's barking up the tree of our L2D animators, so like you and Nano Model. Yes, looking for me sounds sus for sure. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. That was a way of guilt tripping people to get her way. We can do a deal, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao, like forever. Nano said, oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever, and then suggested I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she discount from our next project payment. Now made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that benefit her, and was okay with doing it for what ultimately zero out to nothing. This was not shown in Nano's or Bao's doc. Like forever, I'll have a model rigging with, says her name again, so paying for me and I discount from next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. How much is the redacted name rigging and when do you need it? I think it will be around 2k to 3k. Sure, start later this month, I guess. Is it through PayPal? Yep. About new babies? That would be another deal. What about? We can pay redacted name for you, and you don't have to discount it from next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of models work, I think. Around 4 this year right now. But you don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silvervale at all again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. We also have another GS label for you too, the AFK. Is there any way to add a little bit more since Silver still asks for art every now and then? We could do it like when Silver asks for your art. So in the beginning of the conversation, they start talking about not taking on any brand new model clients. And not make any new model outfits with Silvervale again. But then he adds that there's a few people that you... Wait, no. What time is this? 6:25? Oh no, this... Okay, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. So now he tells her that there's 3 people he doesn't want her to work with. Then he tells her about the Bao drama that they had. And why there is friction between them. Well, one-sided. And then after he's done telling her about the Bao stuff, she's like, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao, like forever. And I'll have, and you can pay for my rigging. And about new babies, that would be another deal. So she doesn't want to negotiate that part yet. What about... Censor name for... And you don't have to discount from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work. But you don't work with Bao, cotton, or silver at all again. Models are art. So basically, he's like, I'll pay for your rigging, but you don't discount it. I'm throwing this in for the deal. But don't work with these three at all again. And then she's like asking for more money. Nano told me we'd have to make a separate deal for new model clients, separate from her proposed idea about Bao's considering model rigging payment. That deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed for her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new models exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it. Like, what? Huh? She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay for it like was claimed. Oh, the original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table, and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousands for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with silver occasionally, never with cotton, and only with Bao on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. So, what is the exclusivity deal they worked on? I don't think everybody is wrong here equally. I feel like that's like the 4chan thing to do, to say, which is like, oh, everybody sucks. Everybody has some... Okay, well, are we talking about this section or the entire doc? Because I can't speak on the entire doc. I can only speak on this section. But here, yes, everybody has some wrong. Cinder and Red messed up, but Nano wasn't as innocent as she made out to be. Yep, I agree. I think everybody does. She's not a perfect victim. And, she's not great at handling drama, as we've seen in the Kevin art thing. Yes, this doc does overplay what Nano did wrong because they do make up claims that weren't in the Nano doc. But then sometimes it also feels like they are responding to fans that had crazy narratives too, so it's like kind of confusing how the document is built. She is definitely spineless. We could do it like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece, like, so you still get a job from it. It'd be fair, but okay, can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? I will ask about it right now if you want one. Yay, deal. Let me see what Redacted says. Shit. I don't think they're shipping internationally for customers for this one, but I'm going to tell him to get one to you. Nano, it'd be fair, but okay, can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Yay, deal. Awesome. What the fuck is this chat? You're getting a demon figure. Then we have a deal. Okay, just to make sure. No work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver for continue giving your model work and various outcomes. We pay for the rigging for you and you don't need to pay us back. This is such a shit deal, by the way. Because she is already getting all the models and outcomes she could get. She's actually so dumb. Sorry. That's a mean thing to say. Not dumb. But it's stupid. Aye, Nano. I'll have sleepier references to the other chat for you ASAP, but if you want to start on the AFK label in the meantime, you can. I don't know if I've ever sent the templates. I don't know if I have the templates. Wait a minute, lol. Not dumb, but stupid. I can't speak right now. I don't know. I can't make words together. She dropped them for rigging. That's like, what? It's like 4.5k more? Her models sell for like 10k each. Is that just for the art or including rigging? Like, I don't even know. Anyway. Whatever. If she wants to take a bad deal, that's kinda on her. Nano and I went back and forth and negotiated a deal, and we both agreed to it. It was a deal made in each other's word. There was no contract involved. She had an equal say in what she'd want or need out of our deal. Before agreeing to it, she was fully aware what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she had chosen to, and I would have accepted that like always. But if I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted like I had allegedly done before, including cancelling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place? This was a mutual agreement made between both of us. She made the offer to cancel Bao's model, we negotiated, and both of us agreed to the deal we made. But at the end of this conversation, the final terms of our deal were never shown in Nano's document. And I didn't refuse to... The way Nano did her doc is not very smart either. Also, I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document. I was absolutely open to exclusivity payments, just like I was to Artist First, our video editor shown in Bao's section, and Artist 2 in Silvervale section. Nano suggested it for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on from that to focus on the 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than us paying for her model rigging. There was no manipulation, and I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed in the time. And I did and always have cared about our friends. I was under the impression that what Bao did was against me, Cinder, Tricky, and Vienna, and Cotton hurt another one of our friends I cared about. I made this mistake in trying to do what I thought was right by them at the time without considering the people it would affect. Yeah, I know, Slime, that's what I'm saying. True, an exclusivity contract for an artist in Brazil is not as much someone who lives in the US. But she gets paid in US dollars. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we've always done. If Nano had a spine, this Nana wouldn't formed. True. Or I guess just don't believe what people say about others without like verifiable proof or evidence. I think it's also that. Problem is, we didn't know where joking started and serious end. They speak like friend. Nano didn't feel like a victim when she active the deal. Which, yes. Yeah, she didn't exactly. No, you're right. Wait, new version of what? New version of what? I'm also wondering that, Kid Loco. What? This is... Wait, you've heard about Cinder's response, right? Does this dog change anything? It makes Nanoless to be less of a good, innocent victim. But I still believe that the major part of the blame is on Red and maybe Cinder. But so far where I'm at, I couldn't tell you if Cinder really knew about the communications or not. Like, there's no way for me to figure that out. I feel like it's convenient for him to say that she didn't know. I feel like they're saying yes. They're admitting to everything that they know they can't refute. And then, because there's too much evidence out there. But then the little things that there's no screenshots to back it up. And that only them would know about. Then they're denying. And it feels convenient. But at the same time, I couldn't categorically tell you, oh, they're lying, because, again, there's no evidence, so I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm just saying it's convenient. That's it. It's been... Oh yeah, the other thing that this document changed is that I believe that Red is even more schizo than he actually is. And they've admitted to so much shit. For no reason. I feel like she didn't know. I do want to believe it because I don't tell 100% of conversation word for word to my partner. A relationship of 10 years, you trust them. Yeah, true. But like if you made a deal with Nanoless, seeing how competitive they are, I feel like maybe he would like brag about it. Like, oh, and I made her like drop, and I made her drop bow. But I don't know, man. I feel like you'd probably paraphrase some conversations. Yeah, true. Well, yeah, ultimately it is Cinder's responsibility. She's the face of the brand, but I would still understand it more if he's manipulating her. Because then she would also be a victim, sort of. Like, you know what I mean? I wonder why Shelly hasn't responded. Me too. I mean, I know this is dropping during TwitchCon. And now I'm like, fuck, does this mean that they're gonna all come back from TwitchCon? Time would have elapsed. And then they're all not gonna answer? Because this sucks if they don't respond. I mean, a lot of people, whenever I'm like, I wish I would respond, a lot of people are telling me, but they don't have, there's no reason for them to respond. It seems like that's the general opinion. So I don't know if they will. And I'm like, I want more content. I'm kidding, but I don't know. I don't think the girls are gonna respond at all. Yeah. Well. Anyway, I mean, there was a screenshot of Cinder where she literally admits to spreading rumors about, who was it? I don't remember which VTuber, to at least 3 person. I think it was Spite or... Like, there's a lot of really unhinged screenshot that made it in this doc that probably shouldn't have been made it. Maybe I should start offering my services as Google Doc writer. Like, if you get cancelled... Oh my god, I should make an ad like Better Call Saul, but Better Call Rima. And if you get cancelled, I'm gonna give them a 1800 phone number, and I'm gonna help you with your apology Google Doc for the small fee of 70,000 Monopoly dollars. Yeah, I'll be the Google Docy ghostwriter. Bro, I can't believe that she asked for the free demon figure. I mean, I guess it was nice, but that's such a shitty thing. Renner never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was cancelled. Their deal didn't include that part about Nano not taking any new model clients we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as it is, as I was told it was. So yeah, Cinder says that she didn't know. One thing I'm wondering, the person who organized the previous doc drops shylily. Did they actually know what Nano left out, since all of them used Nano's doc as their basis, say small details? Well, Bao didn't use the same screenshot, right? Like, now, Nano had the Cotton part in. So based on what Cinder is saying, she only knew about the Silvervale blacklist. What about the Spite blacklist? Would she know about that? She for sure knew about the Spite blacklist. I feel like she would enjoy the thought of Spite being blacklist because it was such a long rivalry between them. There's nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove I didn't know something. Oh wait, I didn't read this part. Like I said in my apology regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiation of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friend were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. Red, I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it though, with all of the business discussion with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would have already been long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was more than keeping Cinder's feeling in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Cinder either, since I didn't know how she'd react. And I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. Red is admitting to manipulating Cinder right here? Yeah, basically. I mean, if Red is like this with everybody, is it crazy to think that he's also gonna be like that with his spouse? No, probably not. Shortly after the deal was made with Nano and he told me about it, Red messaged Artist 1 about our thoughts on their agreement. Oh god, this is small. Okay, thoughts on the thing. Guys, is the Nanoless bit like the longest chapter of the entire doc, or is there longer ones? Okay, thoughts on the things. We aren't against the idea of paying you month to month to have you a permanent team. Shut up. Silvervale is longer? Month to have you as a permanent team member. However, we're concerned we won't get the full use of your service, since things like project management, graphic design, IT, and web dev may not be or always be applicable. And I put project management here because as of right now it wouldn't be like full project management, but more like help with animation and comms artists like we've been doing. It also depends on what your monthly payment would cover. For instance, with redact the name, pay a set number that includes X video per month plus extra to cover just general channel management. So would you monthly pay include unlimited services or only X number of animation, etc.? The pay you're asking for isn't unreasonable given your skill set, but like I said before, I don't know how much will be applicable for us to month, so we probably won't be able to go as high as your ask. Cinder and I both agreed that some kind of exclusivity / non-compete agreement would be important to do so with how much you're working with us. You have the example of the model VFX on whatever, but we probably want to extend that to VTuber work in general, including rigging, animation, VFX, merge photo, video work, etc. There's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable, so it could be a case-by-case basis. Also for this, no plan at the moment. Okay, give me a couple of minutes to go through the points. Okay, so what would be covered? No set number of things, whatever that needs working on or needs help with. Each project is so different in terms of scope of time that it doesn't really make much sense to have those sets to an arbitrary number emo. Like some project can spend more than months. That was over 400 hours, but some other projects are in like 2-3 days, like the mass teaser thing. That's why I originally mentioned like a set number of hours instead of a certain number of piece of content. So I guess the unlimited service, like you put it. Regarding exclusivity, here's my thoughts. I have no problems granting exclusivity for the following VTuber work to be done for a VTuber: model VFX, model rigging, illustrated model rigging, merge photo, and IRL media. When I said there's a few people we compete with that would ever fault your work from, if agreeable, I was thinking of giving them the same names I had given Nano. They had told me recently that they started working with Bao and that they worked with Silver in the past, and I didn't talk about any names to give to Artist 1. For all kinds of illustrated animations or like AE stuff, I would prefer leaving that open for two reasons: creative Cinder fatigue and exposure growth. What do I mean by that? In order to not get fatigued creatively of always doing the same thing, teams all the time, I still like the ability to take on other projects on the side as a form of palette cleanser, if you will. I want to keep the same consistency and quality of service provided. I want to avoid having a dip in those because I'm doing fire all the time, for example. Okay, so it wouldn't be an exclusivity deal, is what he's saying. And for the exposure growth, I'm not talking about the exposure I'd get from working with other folks, but to what I would be exposed in terms of working materials and the potential for learning. Things like different art style, illustration, composition, kind of stuff that has the potential to improve my abilities by working with different stuff, and as a result being able to apply those new skills to the daily work I do with y'all. For example, I'm working on one of Bao's projects. It had a very specific way water was drawn that I had to replicate and end up creating a really cool effect that now serves as my general FXL. That said, I'd be okay to limit the range of potential clients to my past/current clients list, which I can provide, and not take on any new clients or get them approved first. I do understand your point about exclusivity. Could you send me the past current VTubers you work with and the kind of work you did for them? Or any VTuber related work? Silvervale, Bao. Ooh, these are the two names Red has in his target. I don't know if you consider this person as a VTuber. I've done all kinds of stuff for her, including this. I'd say the most likely that would apply or be relevant is Silver and Bao with TBH. I also don't want to overwork myself. Do you have a list of folks you complete directly with LOL? I'm curious where Red is going with all of this. I mean, for the list you sent, Bao and Silver for sure. The rest, no. Alright, let me know where we can go from here. Because Silver didn't like Cinder, and I had something against Bao now, I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. Artist number 1 didn't know either of our thoughts on Silvervale or Bao, and like what I told Nano, I didn't bother to bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with Artist 1. This was the third of 4 total times with 3 different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this doc. Why is he presenting this? Is it because he believes that this may leak later, so he might as well like just put it out there? Hi Momoka, thank you! Alright, I have started to write a document that kind of covers everything I've been discussing and additional stuff. Oh, the next day artists on Words and read a document that laid out everything in their agreement. Regarding the thing that should help navigate this whole thing and hopefully help with the discussion of what ends up being agreed upon. See, this discussion is so much more professional than the discussion with Nanoless. I don't think there was anything official, confirmed, agreed, so everything there is kind of open to change at the moment. Please take a look and let me know what you think. No news on the samples yet, but they said they might not have things for you, but for future job, they'll be able to send things your way. Rest in peace. Oh my god, it's so organized, lol. I'll show this to Cinder after her stream. You could send a link in the project server chat too. This guy does seem organized. And Safe for Work anime channel? Yeah, sure. Would we also move the discussion there as well? Yeah, we can move it there. Artist number 1 sent a written agreement to go over. As far as I remember, it was a carve out for both Silver and Bao. I didn't push for this to be changed. Regardless of what I said the night before, they were the clients already and left things open to work with them. Wait, what does he mean by carve out? Does it mean that they are not working with them or they are working with them? Because he's already working on the Adam posted in our project server to discuss it there and where Cinder could see it herself. Disagreement with Artist 1 never actually happened due to other reasons that delayed us finalizing thing. "20 more pages, guys. We're almost done. Jesus Christ, 5 hours. Nano cancelled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, only my DMs with her." Okay, I gotta slow down actually. Nano cancelled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document. Oh shit, did she return the figurine at least? Nano faced no repercussion from either of us for going back on her word, and Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. Red. Hi Nano. I'm waiting to hear from GS about the label before having you do more. What's up? It's fine working on the model meanwhile, so it's about the exclusivity ding. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me and it hurt me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. She wants to stick with the Silver model. She doesn't really care about cancelling the Bao and Cotton initial request. Nanoless says, also let me know if any plans made so far are changing after this. This is what you guys were referring to. I see. We'll still send you the figure and you can just discount. You can still discount the rigger cost from the model. We'll think about what the plans are after our current 2 projects. Would you agree not to do models at least, or is that what you're talking about? Okay, I appreciate the figure. Yeah, I'll think about it. She didn't talk about models, just in case. So you see, is it art that she's doing for Silver? Whatever, I don't care enough about knowing if it's art or model right now. It's not a big deal. Okay, I appreciated the figure. Yeah, I'll think about it. She didn't talk about models just in case. Okay, thanks, Nano. Nano, can I ask what you're working on for Silver if it's redacted? It's a redacted words. Gotcha. Nano, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silver asked her for a calm. Silver lost no work with Nano. Just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her. So I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she cancelled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back on our agreement, and I never asked. I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings toward Bao, and I no longer consider her competition. Even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her, she was still Cinder's friend. I don't think he ever had a favorable opinion of her. He found her whiny and guilt-trippy from the first time he mentioned her. Nano went back on our agreement only a week after we paid for her model rigging, the one thing she asked for out of her deal. Bro. That is crazy. And she doesn't even refund it. So again, what was the point of making me read through all of these artist exclusivity deal? Is he just like, I'm gonna be transparent? Like when VTuber companies are like, we are so transparent. My voice, my sanity. Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back on a deal she made with Fred. He had already talked with me about her cancelling the agreement, specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Cotton at all to me, and Silver didn't lose out. Okay, this is Cinder talking. I was like confused while we were repeating the same thing. Didn't lose out on any opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in issues regarding to her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. Yeah? Nani? Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparison between Silver and I. I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. Oh, she had rigged a Cinder model by then, Kitty? Okay, well, disregard that comment that I said then. I'm like a bit tired at this point. Quote from about this from my apology. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption that this was only about Silvervale. I was upset and my initial message to her were very guilt-trippy, but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with and tried reassuring her that I was okay with the decision. So these are... oh yeah, it's that conversation. Cinder, I just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanting to apologize personally to you since I've only... oh, okay. That's why Nano messaged her that. I get the full context now. I won't talk about that with Fred, but I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. She doesn't want to be in the middle of drama between somebody else and Cinder. After all, Silver is still a client and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to this kind of deal. Just wanted to let you know I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things doesn't work out because of Silver. I just love my clients. That's all. She seems like... Nano seems like the kind of person that gets like worked up really fast, like, you know, emotional really fast, makes decisions, and then she thinks about it again and she's like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. I get it, Nano, and it was like when she finally processes it. It's been a few times now that she's went back and forth. Cinder responds, I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadow. Which one is reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her? And when you said I understand things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. Wait, they're still talking about Silver? I like zoned out for a sec. But it's like crazy that she just asked not to be dragged in drama and then she's still getting back, drawn back in drama. They really don't like Silver. That much is clear. But I would never give Silver any priority over you, and there's not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least gamer sub art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her. It's not me, but other people's opinion of us. I'm just trying to not get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us, but I understand where you're coming from, Nano. There's no hard feeling. The Wiggles! Thank you for the... Thank you so much. Thank you for the cute squad. Yep, there's a few multiple occasions where Nanoless says stop talking about Silver, but they keep yapping about it to her. It's definitely an insecurity of them. It's a sensitive spot. It's not me, but others' opinion of us. I'm just trying not to get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us, but I understand where you're coming from, Nano. There's no hard feeling. Sorry about this, my mental is just a bit weak. Same girl. I'm sorry for bringing this to you. I want you to get that money. The whole situation is just kind of sucky. I just want to get along. I understand if things don't work out. About this, it would be mostly if you hate me for not burning Silver down from my list. I would never hate you. Thank you and same. I'm just an insecure bitch. I will refrain from commenting. I love everything we've done together and I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online just makes me stressed. They can suck a mine. You're the best. Thank you for powering through my recent comms. I hope your power doesn't stay out for too long. She admits her insecurity. I approach she improves in that regard. It's not just that she improves on her insecurity. I mean, sure, I hope for her to improve on her insecurity. I wish everybody does. Everybody deals with insecurity. It's about acting upon the insecurity too. That's like the more bad part. You're the best. Thank you for... Anyway, thank you. Happy to serve. Also, thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing just with Fred makes me a bit anxious. I'm sorry you felt pressure about this. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. Nano does say here that dealing with Fred makes her anxious. And I think that is something to note. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. Understand actually, can just imagine how busy you are, so I don't bother much. I will always have time to yap with you. You're the best. It's nice to talk more. If you ever need anything. Yeah, same for you. Searching Bao and Cotton in my own DMs with Nano, and there's no results. In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my sleepy outfit debut. Nanoless, we're thinking we do a big update to the demon model next, plus a new outfit on it. Oh, a big update, like we did with the 2.5 update to the 2.0 model with the new boobs and Charlie. Like we'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't you want to redo the demon before we started the angel? I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? Well, we want to update just the normal demon outfit first. The new outfit would be on the demon model instead, but it's still being worked on. We're still working on the designs. Whip. Damn. Nano, we just got an update. I love it so much. Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Hi, thank you. When did she ask you about doing one? And do you have a lot of other models lined up beside ours? Oh no, it's just hers and finish a few things on censored name. I'll probably stop taking new models after Lily and work with current clients. Gotcha. Was it recently Lily messaged you or has it been planned for a while? Red is the one asking this. Nano responds, since February or March. Red adds here. I asked Nano about Lily and her project just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information just like she would any other time. I felt that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Cinder lately. Yes, but Red, it's weird that this is the first thing your mind jumps to. Are we there yet? We're almost there, dudes. I can't take it anymore. I asked... This is really an endurance, man. I asked Nano about no, we read that. That night I saw Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily, with the way she was treating me, and the fact she was working with Nano now, similar to how things were with Silvervale. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately, and I was anxious about it. So they did discuss the competitiveness and all of that. Yeah. I mean, there is a possibility they also discuss Bao then. Cotton, I don't get why she was thrown in there. But I also believe, well, I want to believe Cinder when she says that she was only concerned if Shy Lily was upset with her and she was anxious about it. They could also just DM each other. Aren't they all these... Weren't they friends? The next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shy Lily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These are also the last messages. Thank you, the Gold Recluse. I appreciate it. These are also the last messages that Red had with Nano and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and project server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily at the time, I explained in her section of this document. They could all DM each other, women. Okay, once they figured out that they had been lied to and all of that and the extent of it, I get why they stopped DMing each other. But when you have a friend and you're wondering if they're upset at you, yes, I think you should DM them. Like, what do you mean? I feel like this is a conversation that can be had. It's like a normal thing to say if you word it properly. Like, hey, I noticed we've been... Dude, I have viewers that DM me that sometimes. And I respond to them. Like, hey, I noticed that, you know, I feel like we're spending less time together. And maybe this is all in my head, but I feel like the vibes have changed. I just want to make sure that we're good because I care about you. And I care about you as a friend. I feel like that's something that can be said. No? Yeah, Cass, some viewers have brainworms too. And they're like, oh, did I do something wrong in your chat, Rima? Because I feel like my messages aren't being read as much. And I'm just like, no, dude, I probably just didn't see them. Like, you're always welcome in my chat. Like, you know, usually people don't take it badly if there's not a real reason to be upset. The next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shy Lily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. Oh, Red. Oh, Red. There are also the last messages Red had with Nano and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and project server. Okay, we read that, my bad. Everything I was experiencing with Shelly at the time is explained in her section of this document. Okay, so we'll see that later. In my apology, I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true, I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong, but that's as far as it went. And he took it upon himself to dig for more info. Red says I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Cinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about. Hey Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model, like outfits or merch or anything? And she says, it's been just a model so far. Okay, her asking you for a model recently just made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately and we don't know if it's... something's going on. I followed up with Nano about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Cinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder. Yeah, but when you have a problem with somebody, you don't take revenge on them by requesting their model artist. That is so much, there's so much projection in like this, in this part. Like, holy shit. This is so schizo. I feel like if I had a problem with somebody, I would probably stay away from everything they're connected to, actually. It'd be the opposite. Well, that's weird. Ever since after her V-card launched. But what do you consider weird? Yeah, it's so schizo. Kitsu. I can't believe you're still up, by the way. Isn't it like super late for you? Lately dipping out of collabs that we're both a part of at the last minute. And now ghosting her message. Cinder's raided her a couple times in the past few weeks, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Just like weird petty stuff, I don't know. That's super weird since they both share the same store. Around VCar's launch, they were talking and collabing, and I don't know what happened, but her asking you for a model after that was just weird, even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. Oh, was it after the whole concert thing? I'm just enjoying the stream, but I'm in bed. Oh my god, you're a trooper. Well, thank you, Kitsu. Although, it was kind of mean to her about using an L2D item one time. Oh, although redacted name was mean to her about using an L2D item one time. I don't know. I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. But Red, but yet you keep doing it, Red. Oh my god, he's so close to, like, self-awareness. He's so close. Red here adds, I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since after V-Card launch was because around there was the last time I remember them collabing, talking with each other. Like I said after, I remember Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year. But I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this. And obviously they changed her mind since then. Yeah, I don't... We also didn't believe you would lie. You were lying here. We also didn't believe he was lying. Anyway, back to the screenshots. I don't know, I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Nano says, yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model, since her name looked a bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. Oh, is it Twin Tails? It's probably Twin Tails. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama. Oh yeah, this was in the OG doc, because I remember that line, because it sounded so bad. This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder, and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her, at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did. Between these screenshots, they were talking about something unrelated. They continue the conversation. Red says, real. Is it just Cinder and redacted name you've been doing continuous model outfits for? We'll have the demon update list soon. Plus final arcade ref. As soon as it's finished. Nano says, I think so. I have an outfit for redacted plan too. As for redacted name, got nothing for now, but she's always comes up with something. Red says, do you know who's rigging Lily's model? And Nano says it's gonna be this name. Red is like, thanks Nano, sorry for all the questions. Just gotta stay informed, especially when it comes to our top artist. Never break. I remember these screenshots. I hate that I remember these screenshots as I'm reading them, like you're listening to an old song that you haven't listened to in 5 years, but still remember the lyrics. Like, fuck my life. Why is this my life? Nano says, don't worry, just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for balding. Red says, I'm gonna go bald now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything else going on with that. Nano says, the balding. He says, no, you fool. Just stupid drama. Gotta stay competitive even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your PFP looks like a guy with a mustache. I don't go to find the competitiveness. I get bad. Gotta chill sometimes. He says, hey, it's not us. Red says, I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. I said we have to stay competitive, as in a general sense, with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. Red really isn't doing himself any favor with these comments. Like, I would have rather he says something like, this is how I view this, but looking back now, I see how this, this is toxic, and I regret it, or I shouldn't have acted this way. Or I should, at the very least, I shouldn't have acted this way on behalf of Cinder. And Nano is showing him his PFP. He says, what the hell? They exchange some emotes. We aren't the ones getting a model from the artist of the other gamer sub owner out of the blue, Red says, and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. It wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily or treating her differently for no apparent reason. Bro, you are so petty, even now. Like, they wrote this document, like, recently, and he's still stuck on that. I guess they just don't like her at all now. Is this you before you start drawing for the day? She says, you got me. Understandable. Me getting gamers up to start the work shift. Lol, real. Same. Okay, what do you think would be better? Updating parts of the demon model like we did 2.0 or making a new demon model? I don't know how much new stuff you ended up doing for the angel outfit, even though it was going to use 2.0 as a base. At this point, I'll always suggest new models since she's pretty old now, but it's your money, your orders. The demon is the oldest 2.0 model. I love the demon. Oh, no, sorry, that's not what's written at all. I'm hallucinating. The demon is the oldest 2.0 model. Nano says true. Red says, well, we want to update the demon with the new toggle we've had, but also use that base for the arcade outfit and then do an ice demon at the start of next year. Whatever you guys prefer. Okay, we'll let you know. Nano, we're brainstorming new design ideas. Is there any ideas or team you'd have in mind for a Cinder model? There's no wrong answer. And that was on April 12, 2025. When did the dog drop? Okay, I sneezed, but I muted in time. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why. If she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason, she didn't just ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to. Okay, but you were still being weird. Okay, so after this, that's when she went and spoke to Shy Lily. And then debunked this. And then that's probably when she was like, I wonder what else he lied to me about. And that's when they started going to everybody to see what happened. Because I sound like a horse when I sneeze, for real. And I already have trouble beating those allegations. This is the last message in my... This is Cinder talking. This is the last message in my DMs of Nano. She never replied and never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. In my apology, I wrote, Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was, looking to address the issues she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. Hi Nano, would you want to come to my stream again sometime? Looks like they didn't have another commission to recoup that 4K rigging cost since Nano docking first before any refund. Oh, true. But did she make a model for them in the meantime? Rima, you feed those allegations with the memes you post on Twitter, but you are making those memes, Aquarake. So who's really to blame here? 3 days after Red's message with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband Mio, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added into this chat. I wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Nano added me to this chat originally since it was the first time I've ever been in contact with this other person. At the time the screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord message of her adding me into the chat and her leaving me were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Akira, Nanoless new manager. I'm here to support her with client outreach. She can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D anime babes. You may have noticed she's been quiet lately. Part of why I'm reaching out is to apologize for the radio silence, but more importantly, to ensure there's always a clear line of communication moving forward so we can avoid situations like this in the future. That said, I also come bearing some bad news. Announcement will be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Cinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. This decision wasn't made lightly. Why do I get super deja vu for this sentence? Oh my fucking god. Is this like a PR template? Both of you have grown together and share really special creative bonds. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not without complexity. While the opportunity to work with Cinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, Nanoless feels it's time to expand her artistic horizon. She wants to challenge herself in new styles, and creator is concerned that focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creatively. This isn't about personal differences. Far from it, it's about growth and the pursuit of broader artistic path. Artistic burnout is real and often unavoidable for those who make a living from their creative work, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with. She's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggled to find the right word, which is where I come in. Please know this isn't goodbye, just a temporary shift as she explores new opportunities and work with other creators. We're absolutely open to revisiting collabs in the future. After all, Nanoless plus Cinder has always been a slam dunk combo. I never wear my hat. I guess I could wear my hat. There you go. I'm wearing the clown hat. I ask for your understanding during these, well, the jester hat, I mean. During this uncertain time, I urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. This is a difficult time for her as well, and she needs a space to gather her thoughts in these moments of reflection. And if you have any questions or future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to help. Akira messaged this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanoless Commission, showing that I didn't make the group or initiate the conversation. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira described, she never showed anything remotely similar to Nano. My desk is falling apart, by the way. Nano was always excited for our project, including just days before this. Hi, Akira. Thanks for the message. The line of reasoning makes sense, and we have been working with Nano consistently for years now. She's been a major part of our brand, and why Cinder is Cinder. It does hurt that this kind of coming from out of nowhere from my perspective. We didn't hear anything about this from her directly beforehand, and this is the conclusion she came to. And then I will talk to Cinder and figure out our next step. Does this mean all projects we're in talks with Nano about are cancelled, including our model updates? Appreciate your help. And you're helping Nano for everything she does. She can be a bit disorganized sometimes. It's unfortunate these are the terms we're meeting on, though. Hey, thanks so much for the quick response, but really sorry about the disorganization on Nano's end. And I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out, make sure communication is clear moving forward so we can all stay in the loop and avoid such surprise. As for future comms, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout and she'll need a bit of a break, but once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collabs. In the meantime, if you have any project with pressing deadlines that Nano can't take on, I'll personally facilitate another high caliber artist who can handle the comm to make sure Cinder gets the high quality artwork she's associated with. And we don't want to create roadblocks for you. 6 pages. I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she's drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist create new layers on her existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended for launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel, then we'll scrap the update altogether. As for future projects, Nanoless or herself on her behalf can reach out to us when she's ready and we'll discuss things then. Thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano. Yes, for anything, the immediate future, I stay until around July, just to give a rough estimate. Everything is on hold for now. I totally understand if delaying the project isn't feasible on your end. We can definitely touch base again around this time to see where things stand. It still doesn't make sense to move forward. If it doesn't make sense to move forward, we can cancel altogether, whatever works best. Red says, I don't think that timeline would work for this project, and Forge, looking forward to hearing from you when the time comes. Thanks, Akira, appreciate it. He says that's understandable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks a lot for being so understanding in such a short notice. I think Nano really appreciates it. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate, and have a good week. I immediately accepted this decision if it's what Nano wanted. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. Say thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, because she was in this chat at the time. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Hey, Akira, just asking for clarification since it'll affect mine and Cinder's plan for the future. Is Nano taking a break from comms in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back project? And then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things? Or after her break, has she decided not to work with us in the scale she has been now? And only taking our project sparingly so she can pursue other things? Hey, Red. Nano said first me or her manager and Akira in the last message, then in Discord and Mount she said she didn't have a manager, she manages herself. Yeah, so I mean I don't understand. Even if Akira is a friend that she brought in to speak on her behalf, like, is that really such a big issue? She just doesn't want to deal with them at this point. Like she doesn't want to face them. She's scared. It's cowardly for sure. But if she believes she is slighted... Oh, you mean her recent Discord announcement? Responding to the doc. So who's Akira? Or is he not on board anymore? I don't know what the plot thickens. So Akira is a random friend, supposedly. Okay. Well, he's acting pretty professional. I believe she'll eventually want to undertake large projects again, but trying out smaller stuff first is definitely smart in my opinion. Well, given the timeline, let's say she is back in July, the next and last thing after Cinder's Demon model update was a new outfit model project we showed her recently. It's planned to be debuted in August, and there may be just enough time for it to be done. Now you're saying this wouldn't be the type of project she wants to take on so soon, but if I could get a concrete answer from her on this outfit project, specifically sooner rather than later, it would help us figure out things on our end. And one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision beside artistic burnout? I'll bring this up with her, and I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the Demon model update, if that timing works for you. Otherwise, it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. I know, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Thanks, Akira, no worry. I asked Akira more questions and tried to speculate on some kind of timeline when Nino may be possible to work with us again, since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision beside artistic burnout. This gotta be like, this is the worst case situation for them, no? Like, they were so scared that Nano would work with other specific VTubers, but now they're just losing her altogether. Thinking my conversation about Charlie with her could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know I was right to suspect this. Yes, but at the same time, I feel like my therapist would say I don't owe them an explanation. It just adds to the point that I can't ever take responsibility. Right. Remember how she blamed Mayo with his consent to another one of the girls. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. I see the picture. How is Kitsu more awake than me? And she's like way ahead of me in time. Akira should be preemptively be looking for a new core Cinder model artist for anything beyond these projects in the immediate future. God, their conversation is so long. In ideal world, I'd love for you to wait until Nano has recovered from her burnout, but I completely understand that's not realistic from a business standpoint. Please feel free to begin the search for a new artist. As I mentioned before, I'm more than happy to assist in any way I can. whenever that's facilitating potential artists or helping with the transition process. I think the confusion came from your initial message, which made it seem like Nano was breaking up with us and wouldn't be continuing being a major part of our team as Cinder's model artist moving forward. If she needs a few months away from any new project, that's completely understandable and we can wait for her to be ready. We don't want to move on to another model artist that's not... Yo, for sure Cinder messaged her after, right? Like, I would freak out if I was Cinder. Like, what the fuck happened? What I mean is that we don't know how long the healing process will take, and it would be unfair to keep you from working on models for the time being. It might be months, it might be a year, it's uncertain yet. Red says, as long as Nano isn't saying, I don't want to be Cinder's model artist anymore, we will wait for her until she's ready again. Not saying we don't be working on another model project in that time frame, depending on how long it takes, but when she's ready, we will be too. Nana was about to destroy Cinder's career, kill DMs. You mean she erased them? But she can't erase Cinder's DMs. We're at where Red is talking to Akira and we're 4 pages in. As long as is... we are here. Cinder is very distressed over this whole situation after I broke the news to her. Oh my god, she must be freaking out. Can you give us any confirmation at this time that when Nano returns, she would be willing to continue making models with her? Oh yeah, but Akira did tell them to refrain from contacting her. I forgot about that. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she too can understand. Regarding the models, I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now, and like I said, it's yet unknown how long that's going to take, but once she feels she can work on the Cinder model again, we can start a conversation about it. It's not by any means off the table. Like I said, it could be months or even a year until that happens. Hey, Akira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off. She wanted me to relay her thoughts and she doesn't feel she could message Nano herself. I didn't want to move on from Nano and said we'd wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist. I first told Cinder about this before I said I broke the news to her. This reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. On 4/9/2025, Nano showed no signs of burnouts, ready and willing to take on the next project. Aside about... yeah, I mean, obviously that's just an excuse because she found out about their lies, probably. Nanoless, we're thinking we do a big update to the demon model. Now he's gonna put me through 4 pages just to prove that. Ugh. Big update. Like, we did the 2.5... it's like, we should do a meme Rima before, at the beginning of the stream, versus Rima at the end of the stream. And I'm like 2 different people. Yeah, she cut direct communication, likely working on her own doc, absolutely. Like, 100%. When did the doc came out? Do you guys remember the exact date? Like we did a 2.5 update to the 2.0 model with the new boobs and Charlie, so we'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't you want to redo the demon before we start the angel lol? I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfits would it be? Well, we want to update just the normal demon outfit first. The new outfit would be on the demon model instead, just like the rest of them, but still being worked on. Oh, it was the next day? In Japan, you're Japan, fuck you, Aquarake. I know exactly which mall I was when this happened. I was in the Mujiwara store. I was literally in the One Piece store. I was arguing with the saleswoman because I was trying to get... because if you downloaded their app, you could get a discount, but the fucking app wouldn't download because I had a Canadian cell phone. It came up on 1:42 a.m. April 26. Oh, and this is April 21. The messages with Akira. Well, we want to update just an. I've read this 3 times. Nano, we just got an update. I love it so much. And the last thing Nano said to Red on 4/12/2025, she showed no signs of being burnt out either. Well, at this point, I'll always suggest new models, and she's pretty old now, but it's your money, your orders. The demon is the oldest. True. We want to update the demon with the new toggles, whatever you guys prefer. The last time Nano had implied she was burnt out from work in anyways was to Red in September 2024 when she cancelled a bunch of her project herself. That's her go-to excuse, is being burnt out from work. That's the excuse she used to cancel like her entire list of clients too. I'm freaking out with my comms and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. After Akira's message, I was heartbroken, distraught, and I didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out, if that's how she felt. I just needed the sentence to catch up to me. Sorry, I was buffering. Red assured me that things would be okay, that we work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano could come to this decision without saying anything to me at all. I cancelled my fancy stream I was supposed to have that night. Fancy stream is cancelled tonight. I got some bad news and we'll be taking the night off. I'll reschedule it soon. Thank you for understanding. Here's my post on Fansly. The sub-only stream is cancelled tonight. I received some bad news and I don't have the energy to stream right now. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Thank you for understanding. I'll let you know when the stream is rescheduled for soon. 5 days later, Red messaged Akira again. Hey Akira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off. She wanted me to relay her thoughts and she doesn't feel she could message Nano herself. She's very hurt that Nano hadn't discussed this with her sooner and that she came to this decision without any warnings after all the time they've worked together, to now seemingly all communication with each other being taboo. Not to mention that she wasn't included in this conversation. As you know, Cinder has tied her image to her brand around Nano's work over the past 3 years, and regardless of the business implication that may come of not working together for her, she's more just hurt personally. This felt like a sucker punch at a time where other factors in this space were really weighing down on her. Like I said, I feel kind of bad for Cinder here, not gonna lie. Like I said before, we will continue to respect Nano's wishes and don't expect her decision to change. After counting, we both completely understand the burnout with having 13 projects together in 18 months. We just feel like this could have been handled better, or a compromise made so that both sides could walk away satisfied instead of a long-time relationship feeling like it was upended overnight due to the uncertainty of the future. We've begun discussing backup plans in the case that Nano doesn't want to continue working together on major projects. Thanks for understanding, and I hope to work things out when the time comes. Hello Red, first of all, I really appreciate you guys giving Nano the space she needs to avoid DMing her directly. I know it must be difficult for you as well. I'm also truly sorry. This situation came up so suddenly. Nano had been bottling up her feelings for quite a while and unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to distress. Is this true? I mean, it could be. This has been incredibly painful for her too. I mean, I could understand, like, she has been bottling her feelings about this for a while. You can tell that she's been feeling uneasy for years. Please don't view this as a taboo back and forth, though, back and forth. But rather as much as a much needed pause. Burnout and stress can be easily triggered even by well-meaning messages. I agree that had this been addressed earlier, things might have gone more smoothly. Sadly, Nano wasn't able to express how overwhelmed she was at the time, and what could have been a small break and an open conversation about work-based ended up being something much more abrupt. Nano doesn't seem very good at expressing herself. I also fully understand your necessity for a backup plan, and I hope we get the chance to collaborate again. If this was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it, and she chose not to talk to us all about it, we still accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together, and instead sent someone we've never even heard of to say goodbye for her. The last messages above was 5 days before Nano posted her document. I'm unable to pay attention anymore. Me too, Cass. I don't. Please let it end. Oh my god, we're at the end! We're at the end! This is the last message! We made it! We made it, chat! Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:42 AM EST. She was the first one to post. Around this time, Red sent her a DM saying, Nano, please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her, Nano, can we talk? But deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord, so we couldn't contact her again. But why did they delete the DMs? We made it! We made it! We read the entire Nanoless part! There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 parts to read, though. I'm not going to look at the other pages, but considering how I feel now, I am more and more tempted to believe that this is a ploy to kill us. Kiwasa, thank you! It took 6 hours! Did I yap too much? Finally, Nanoless segment complete! 5% of people have this achievement! Yatta! This is like being plat in League or something. It's like not great, but it's still better than most people. The answer is always yes to that. Many tensions. Well, shit, I'm sorry. I feel like there's some things that if we don't decorticate now, we'll never get back to them. Conclusion, Cinder insecure, Red paranoid, Nano not as innocent as made out to be. I mean, I feel... yeah, but more. Cinder also admitted to spreading rumors to 3 different people in the doc that was new. Red schizoing hard as fuck. Nanoless needs to learn how to communicate, be professional, and not as innocent as she made out to be, yes. Still manipulated though. Yeah, it doesn't make Nanoless look good, but it confirms Red was being manipulative. Yeah. Well, Cass. And the Silvervale is just about as long as the Nano. But is it good though? It's longer. How? How can it be longer if they've barely had any interactions? That's impossible. No, it's impossible. Guys, it's impossible. Make it stop. They did not interact. There's no way. The Nanoless section had 3 years? 2 entire years of interactions to go through. Bright side, a lot of reused screenshots. Ah! Well, TBH, tomorrow I'll be re-energized. It's just that I'm really tired now. So Bao segment tomorrow? It's okay, Rima likes longer. No. It's longer because she's living in their head. True, Rima is a size queen. Fuck you guys. I think I'm gonna go for a jog, but it's already 11 p.m. Ayo? Nah, you guys are so cringe. Oh my god, shut! That's so funny. This anime gets good. You just need to get past the first 300 episodes. Yes, dude, I need to get off this chair. I've been sitting in there for 6 hours. Yeah, meow meow. I feel like my voice is hoarse. Like, actually. And like, towards the end of the stream, I had to do the thing where people were like, you read the text really fast. And I always find it boring when streamers do that. But I kind of had to because we were running out of time. Oh wait, Nuzagi is live? Yo, we're raiding Nuzagi. Did I hear horse? Oh, shut up. Guys, can you go troll Nuzagi? I'm sending you guys there on YouTube. And on Twitch. Here, we can raid Taiga. Okay. Thanks for hanging out for 6 hours, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the bow part. Yeah, good night, bye. Bye, guys. Bacas.